How to marry a millionaire. You'd think that that's clickbait, but it's actually not. Why? Because marrying a millionaire is going to be super easy because all it takes is getting married. It's going to be $7 million for one Starbucks latte. Welcome to hyperinflation. How are you this morning? I did the entire content of this video in under 2 minutes. Since now we can just relax because we've already delivered the best of the best, that's when we get to be in flow of talking about what? How women who are 22 to 29, okay, twist my arm, 23 to 28, can marry a millionaire. This advice is not going to go viral because there are forces that don't want you to be happy and are psychologically operating on you to be inherently unhappy. You see, in a time where social media is trying to take over your brain, I'm not here to take over your brain. I'm here to give you fortune cookie sized tidbit messages that are useful and digestible. Why? Because I'm in competition with other people who are slightly better at getting attention. What is two forces, one algorithm? What is you look like a killer? I don't understand. Let's proceed. Fortune cookie size messages with. Feel free to expand on what you're talking about. This is number one. You affected me to positively affect you. No more 2-word texts. No more haphazard thoughts. Oh, none of this is permanent. Nobody's going to read this. This is what women have as an attitude when you're constantly texting my phone, where you don't think I'm ignoring your messages. Your messages are just getting worse. Brady has entered the chat because we don't want to discount our own validity. We don't want to disqualify ourselves from marrying a millionaire just because we're currently not on the track to do so. We don't want to discount ourselves. We don't want to prematurely self disqualify ourselves. And number two, what's up with all the decoration? You could be asking that, or you could be connecting to what I'm saying. This is what it's like talking to a woman on a date. I'm looking for the exits. Why? Because high net worth men who are AKA rich, they don't want to be there when you have a brain that's broken. Why? Because the one of you is going to break the two of you up. Let me repeat that because I ripped it from Susan Page. Susan Page. It's a book you haven't read. You should probably get cracking and ask yourself, how would Susan Page, my friend and National Speakers Association author, how would she expand on this truth? How the one of you can bring the two of you together? Because right now, you're single, you're semi attractive, you're not marrying a millionaire anytime soon. The solution is not self improvement. The solution is not necessarily self evident. And the solution is definitely not on TikTok. Feel free to clip this when you're going to TikTok because you have my intellectual property. How much of an abundance mindset do I have? I'm telling you that all of my genius shit that I'm going to be dropping, it's IP free. That's intellectual property free. Oh, Larry, Are you sure you're giving away your best content? Oh, trust me, I'm giving it to you the best that I can. Which is this: how the one of you can bring the two of you together. You've already done 90% of the work. You've already gone to your date with makeup on. You've already showed up 15 minutes early. Bullet point number next. It is so cliche for women and men to show up 15 minutes late. Oh, the parking. Oh, excuse. Oh, whatever. Let's say you're having a hard time getting a man of high value to commit. The answer, which you know and I know, which is true, which is you want to get a taller, hotter, better looking man to commit. Let me repeat that because everyone's telling you to ride one horse at a time. That's not your nature. You're into being ridden by multiple horses. You're into hypergamy. Let's be intelligent about our hypergamy. Let's not be default, I don't know that I'm monkey branching. This is the vagina whisperer meeting you for the first time. Clip it, because it's supposed to be not funny. I just took the time to understand this basic stuff. I took the time to make it funny. Are you laughing right now? Because you're going to be laughing all the way into the $1 million circle. Why? Because you have $50,000 in school loan debt. You're hoping that a lottery ticket in the form of a 6'4.5" Tom Brady is going to pay your credit card debt and your school debt away. In essence, you're throwing a Hail Mary. But you're throwing a Hail Mary in the opposite direction on Hinge, Tinder, and Bumble. You see, you're supposed to throw the ball down the field. You're not supposed to fumble your boobs. Is this a over-the-shoulder boulder holder joke I'm about to make? No, it's not. You see, you don't see. I'm going to show you. There are things at Victoria's Secret that are sold that are going to increase your marketability. Those are called bras. You kind of don't want to go on a date with Larry Chang rocking high beams, rocking full-on high beams. Hello there, I'm happy to see you. You don't necessarily want to cover them up because I'm all about freeing the boob. But what I'm also about is a little bit of innuendo. So, let's say I've said a lot, but it's not quite clicking from an actionability standpoint. Why am I speaking like this in a semi-robotic way? I know that this is going to get turned into AI scripting transcribed. Each word is incredibly important. Why? Because I'm speaking in protocols. For example, hashtag vagina whisperer. Let's say I said some technical things. Let me talk to you like you're with an IQ around 115 to 125, aka genius, which is this. All you want to do is show up 15 minutes early for a date, maybe dress like a sleut, maybe not dress like a sleut, it doesn't matter. Just show up 20 minutes early. This is why. Because if the man shows up 4 minutes late, that's when you bounce. That's when you bounce. This is advice that's never ever been given before. Why? Because I'm in a secret brotherhood called heterosexual dudes who run the Silicon Valley gay mafia. I solved gay people's problems. I am not gay, nor do I have problems. This is what I do. I just hear something and I get it. Maybe that turns you on. And I'm sorry, I will not be able to date you. My vagina pattern, okay, is full. Look at me. Oh, but Larry, you're actually attractive for an Asian. You're actually attractive for an Asian. What do you look like underneath your hat? What do you look like underneath your hat? Excuse me, excuse me, excuse me, excuse me, up there, excuse me. Is it true what they say about Chinese guys? Is it true? Excuse me, I'm talking to you. Excuse me. Is it true what they say about Chinese guys? What we're doing is wrangling the cowboy. And maybe the cowboy doesn't have a cowboy hat on. Maybe the cowboy just is a rich dude pretending to be poor because he doesn't want a gold digging bitch who's going to rip half his stack. That's a cowboy. It's like a gay guy pretending to be a straight guy who's actually a gay guy. Those people we call rich gay guys. A straight guy pretending to be a gay guy who's really a straight guy, we call those guys woke and retarded and gay. What we're doing with women, as a woman, is this is a school for women by a man. School of women by women doesn't work. Do you know why? It's because women inherently hate other women. Guess which women hate the most? Other women with 50 to 90 more eggs. Think about that. You're a grocery store, it's not penis envy because that just rolls right off your tongue. Oh, Larry, you're 35 Lamborghinis on one hard drive. That's just because you have a small penis. What are you making up for? The reason that women constantly say this to me, which is, I know why you have X in possession. It's because you're trying to make up for something. What? That makes no sense. Why would you put a smaller than 14-inch penis on? That doesn't make any sense. Okay, that doesn't make any sense. This is why I finally understood why it makes sense in girl talk. You see, women are constantly talking about penis envy or penis problems because there's a scarcity mindset in eggs. It's a geriatric pregnancy. I hate how I know these OBGYN terms. I hate how I know gynecology. I can't even say it. I hate how I know this. Why do I know this? Because I'm the guy who's limitless. Bradley Cooper. You see, in the Bradley Cooper movie Limitless, he has to pop a pill. He has to pop a pill, and then he starts banging mid-Asian girls who are Filipino that don't go to Harvard or Stanford. Look it up. In the third scene of the movie, he's taking down a 7. Granted, she had nice boobs. She's Filipino, and she was going to like some night college for law school. That's not a Stanford, Harvard. That's not Stanford, Harvard, blonde with big boobs. That's not legally blonde. That's taking down something mid. That's Bradley Cooper, and he needed drugs to become smart. This video is showing you that Limitless is Larry Chang. I'm limitless because I read a book in the future that you're going to read. It's called Limitless, written by my pen name, Jim Quick. Is that an alter ego? No, it's not a pen name. It's actually a separate dude. But if I tell you that we're a different dude, you won't think, oh, all Chinese people look alike because you're politically correct. Ed Chen, Bruce Wang, Larry Chang, John Teo, Tim Chang, Larry Chang. It's just one big blur of Chinese good-looking VCs who are super good-looking. Some of those good-looking VCs are going to lie to you saying, no, you're fine. I will never lie to you. I'm about to come in your mouth via your brain via your sapiosexual interaction. Because I went to the University of Illinois. Oh, 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 oh. It's about to become even better. Let's handle some replicable things that we can do on a date. You see, showing up with a perfectly your war mask, your Bobby Brown face. I hate that I even know this stuff. I hate that I even percolate this to the very tip of my cerebral cortex. Let's together as an exercise. You've been very astute. You're about to benefit greatly. This is actually a seated, you think it's stand up comedy sitting down. You think it is. Are you happy with the hair? Putting my thinking cap on, locking in. We're going to focus for a moment on our pelvic floor. This is what we're going to do when we're nervous in talking with a high value man on a date. It's about to get genius. I'd grab a pen. I would grab a pen. I'm going to grab a Bumble. You grab a pen. I'm going to grab a Bumble. You grab a pen. Think of me being able to use $50 of your dollars, ladies, on a date. Think of me as being able to take $50 of your money and make you $200 million. Let me go over the math there because you don't know how much money 7 figures is. You don't know how much money 8 figures is. You only know the number 6. Why do women make horrible engineers? It's because that they think that this is 6 inches. 6 figures, 7 figures, 8 figures. This is not coming to a math class with a Chinese guy showing you how to marry a millionaire. This is how to make $200 million with $50. Let me repeat that because if you don't write it down, you're just going to be like, oh my God, he showed me, and then the initial steps are gone. Step 1 is you want to ghost the guy if he shows up 4, 5, or 6 minutes late. What you are is a predictable set of being predictable. You're going to show up 10 minutes late because of parking for your first date. You're going to show up 30 pounds heavier than you are. That's actually not okay, but it's actually okay. Why? Because we assume when we sign up for Tinder, Bumble, Hinge, that you're going to show up basically pretty obese. This is actually part of the dating protocol for men who are still on dating apps is, okay, she's going to show up chonky. That's okay. What you're going to do, though, is you're going to be a special kind of chonkers. And if you're not chunky, you should be laughing right now because you have a great advantage, which is you're doing the opposite. You're pretending to be chunky, but then you show up hotter than your pictures. This is you. This is for everybody. All are welcome. All are welcome. Larry, but I'm 38, and I want to date somebody like you. Yeah, we're targeting older than 22, younger than 23, plus my pattern's full. Why? Because in this feminist movement, all the penis got centralized. Maybe you don't know about crypto and decentralization and centralization because there's only one coin that is centralized. And your attention span just went whoop out the door. But that's okay. Why? Because this video was recorded in front of live trolls. This video was recorded in order to lay down some intelligent protocols. Then being placed behind a paywall, this video is going to be $13,000. Why? Because it only takes $50 to land a person of 9 figures. This is what I'm talking about. Every woman that is a walking cliche is a cliche walking. This is what the alternative is. This is called cornering the market on 9-figure males. This is how we do it. I'm going to say showing up early, 45 minutes early. Why? Because you're trying to run a protocol that he needs to learn how to run. That protocol is called hashtag HTG HFA OTR. The obese competitors that are competing with you and the hot girls who are 7 years younger than you, they're in competition with you for the same man. Do you not see that everybody says this word or phraseology? Oh my God, Larry, you're super attractive for an Asian. When we all become walking cliches, we don't show up 45 minutes early. What psychopath shows up 45 minutes early? That would be drug dealers who are selling drugs to a new client for the first time. Those would be executives who need to ace a meeting. The dating protocol that will never be told or taught in school or on TikTok is how to get home field advantage on the road. This is how a date works. You haven't been taken out in 5 months. This is how a date works. This is how a date works. He picks a spot, he's paying. It's a nice spot. It's a seafood and oyster spot. It's new. He wanted to check it out, right? Are you interested in eating some $400 food? Yes, you are. You've never been there before because your idea of a date is when Larry Chang says, hey, sugar tits, do you have ESPN? Can I come over and watch ESPN? Because I don't have cable, sugar tits. And you're like, okay. I've never been attracted to a Chinese guy before. Okay, come on over. $400, you're going to an oyster bar. $400. You're not paying it. They're paying it. The biggest mistake you can make, because it's at the mall, okay? It's one of those nice restaurants. It's attached to a hotel. The hotel subsidizes the oyster restaurant. It's actually got a pretty good happy hour. But you've never been, but your friends have talked about it. The biggest mother-scratching mistake that you can make is showing up there 15 minutes late. Why? Because you're going to show up frazzled. You're going to show up like the way women show up for work, which is, I want to fire you. I want to fire you. I want to fire you. That's how you show up. Instead, you're going to show up like that crime dude from The Wire, where they show up for a meeting an hour early. Why does it keep getting earlier and earlier and earlier? Because I said 15 minutes, then I said 45 minutes, now I'm saying an hour. This is why. You want to get the lay of the land. You want to get hashtag HTG HFA OTR. How to get home field advantage on the road. You see, he's bringing you to first base. He's bringing you to first date spot number 1. Look at him, okay? Look at his profile. He's super hot, okay? He's obviously pulling, okay? And this is not the first time that he's bringing you to first date. I keep wanting to say first base. I keep wanting to say it. Cheers to first base, first date. Brady says, tell him how you really do it. Tell him how you really do it, puppy daddy. Tell him how you really do it. Brady, your turn to talk will be later. Your turn to talk will be later. No, you can't get down. Hey, we got to pay some bills here. We got to pay some bills here. We got to make, how much money are we trying to make on this video? $280 million. We're going to try to make $280 million on this video. Why? Oh my God, that's a disgusting amount of money. Wait a minute. Aren't you trying to marry a guy worth like kind of a lot of money? And money's going to gross you out? Let the douchiness, think of this as a vaginal cleanse, but for your brain. Just let that vinegar water just splash you in the face. Just splash it in your face, because showing up one day early for a conference, that's what some genius level billionaire shit, which is how do most executives show up? They show up the night before and they leave right after they talk. We don't want to do that. We've met that guy before. They're playing Tetris with their calendar. Are you playing Tetris with your calendar? Oh my God, you're unemployed. Dating while unemployed while being 15 minutes late. That's the default. That's the default. Men don't want that. Men don't want that. You are busted. Why are unemployed women so Tetris scheduled? Why? Why? I'm not saying don't date as an unemployed woman, because then 40% of the women dating would be out of the dating pool. Because dating while unemployed, that's chef's kiss. I don't even know how to do the movement for chef's kiss. Chef's kiss is this. Chef, you made some good food. Chef's kiss. Whereas, what is chef's kiss? Is that chef's kiss? I don't even know chef's kiss. I do know that at the oyster restaurant, when we have that really good appetizer that costs $28, I'm going to be eating it thinking, because you're paying, that's the $50. I'm going to be eating that appetizer going, what is that? What is that? Do they first flash fry it and then sous vide it? Or do they sous vide it and then bake it? Like, there's some intricacy. How do you get that octopus with the consistency of chicken? Hot girl with big boobs with blonde hair. Will you hold on a second? I'm getting home field advantage on the road. Will you hold on a second? I got to go to the back of the house and I got to ask Chef how he makes this. I mean, I'm so impressed. I mean, you're charging $82 for a fucking appetizer? It's fucking Wednesday. Did you start making this on Sunday? My mouth is so confused right now. I'm sitting here not even staring at her boobs with no bra. Obviously, you're happy to see me. Obviously, you're happy to see me. Can you hold on just 1 second? Can you hold on just 1 second? My dog will be staying in his bag. My dog will just be staying in his bag. Don't kiss his face. I'll be right back. That's getting home field advantage on the road as a guy, because I don't want to get to first base on date number 1. My job is to leave before the date ends as soon as you do something that's default cunty, DC. But we're talking about you right now. This is how you ace it. You see, when you show up an hour before, you don't sit there and wait an hour. You make sure your car's parked and you kind of get comfortable with where's the bar, where's the bathroom, saying hi to staff, blah, blah, blah. You're not there where everything is, you don't understand what's going on. It's not even a deer in headlights. A deer in headlights is 5 levels over your pseudo anxiety. Oh, I have default anxiety. Plus, don't even get me started on your medley of psychological pills, your self-medication. Shouldn't you not be drinking? But I don't digress. I am showing you how to marry a super rich guy, which is, you need to ask yourself the business model of your therapist. Is your therapist trying to beg, borrow, steal money? No, that's your business model. You're trying to get married. Is your therapist doing dollars per hour? Yes. Yes, unless you're paying her for a solution, you're paying her in dollars per hour. I just solved so many things. I just solved so many things. Have you not said thank you yet? No worries, no worries. I get it. Your gratitude. Remember when we were talking about $50 into 9 figures? What you're doing is you're doing gratitude. You're not saying my makeup costs $800, pay me. You're not saying pay for my babysitter, pay for my dog sitter because I had to come on a date. It's not just entitlement, it's not adding value, it's you've been taught how to date men by women. That makes as much sense as asking the other deer how to be avoiding the deer hunter. Like if you're asking the sushi fish how to make sushi, you should be talking to the sushi chef in how to make sushi. Like if you're talking about how to marry a rich guy, why would you talk to women who are trying to ruin you because they're postmenopausal, right? Do you get how all this feminist movement needs? All it needs is a Larry Chang. Because those goblins, everything is now becoming transparent. Have you noticed that the world seems slightly off and slightly crazy and slightly off kilter? The reason is all the truths in the future, it's here. It's just not evenly distributed. The fraud that gets uncovered, there's dating fraud. You see, when you inject your face with a test substance that gets rid of your these are female words that I've never used before. It's going to come to me. It's the thing that wraps a woman's body and it gets ruined when you inject stuff. What is that word? What is that word? Playa? So there's dating fraud when you do the lip filler also. No judgments. If you're trying to sell vagina to women, that's a perfect way to do it. But if you're trying to sell a man on giving you 9 figures of money, that's not the way to do it. Let me repeat. Clip it. Clip it. Why is clipping that perfect? Why is clipping that perfect? Your bathroom selfies are amazing. Your bathroom selfies, they're amazing. Thank you. Thank you. Your boobs are very nice. That's not going to get me to move my needle. Ha ha! Move my needle. Cracking heterosexual jokes with my heterosexual dog on my lap. What concepts, and I'll get to your messages in a moment, what concepts resonate with you? This video is about to hit an inflection point. Fascia. Fascia. So when you inject your face, your fascia ends up. There it is. Botox for wrinkles. Fascia. Fascia, fascia. It ruins your fascia. And when your fascia gets ruined, you actually prematurely age. You're welcome. You're welcome. Dude, who are you kidding? Stop with the advice. Pro athletes hate when I tell women how to land an NFL athlete. So, Derrick Henry, you keep being Derrick Henry. I'll see you in 10 days because you're not playing in the Super Bowl. You're going to be going to parties with me at the Super Bowl, Derrick Henry. Why would I read men's comments? This is a room for women in helping women. But look, this room actually isn't about you. That's cool. I'm all for geriatric pregnancies. I hope that pregnancy goes well. Is your hair always like that? What are your top tips for women? My top tips for women include the tip that I already laid out, but needs to be stressed. It's not how you make your first impression, it's the first 12 impressions. Let's do a checklist check for first impressions after the impressions. Remember, you're trying to spend $50 and you're trying to make 9 figures. This has been every woman since time began because the only way women make money is standing next to Larry Chang to be a blonde billionaire unicorn or marrying money. This video is about both, actually. This video is about both. Don't let that intimidate you. When a man starts talking and he says something, oh, pretty good, you don't want to say, oh, are you one of those men where your inner civil war leaks out onto the field? The field is your boobs to his face. That's the field of play. That's second base. You see, when a man says something good, you don't want to ruin it by saying, you suck, because this is why. Your brain is wired for scarcity. Your brain is wired to be competitive with other women. As soon as you hear, oh, I'm going on vacation to St. Bart's. I'm going on vacation to Scottsdale, Arizona. I'm going on vacation to Santa Clara, California to go to the Super Bowl. The inherent base woman in you is going to say, oh, other women are going to like that. Other women are going to like that because other women like money. When you say, oh, I don't care about money, or oh, I don't care about vacation, you're sounding like a cliche woman who's shooting her shot with her egg clock running down, aka your vagina is tick-tocking so loudly, your biological clock is ticking so loudly that you're starting to say crazy stupid shit. That's by default. I get it, okay? I get it. But this is how to rewire your vagina is when he says something that you normally want to hurl at, which is, oh, I'm so hot. I only date women older than 22, younger than 23. You're 29. I don't want to date you. Let that wash out over you where you're like, oh my God, that's actually genius. Let me write that down. And the guy will be like, what? You took my neg? Because men don't neg. Who negs? Women do. And if you're with a man who's negging, you're with a beta male. They don't have any money. This is why men who are rich are positive or they ghost. There is no such thing as a man that'll get down to your level and scrum. This is called verbal castration. This is called feminism on equality in egalitarian at all cost. It's not in an egalitarian situation. Be honest. Don't be honest. But your situation is you're a woman, you owe 6 figures. That debt, like the US government, it's never going to get paid off unless a man pays it off for you. Do you have $50? You're not going to send it to me. You're going to be relentlessly resourceful with $50 more in debt. You see, you're underwater right now and you're trying to network with a person who lives at base camp of Everest. You're underwater right now. You're like one of those underwater sea creatures. No one's ever seen a creature like you before. Why? Because pressure and being underwater causes your brain to pickle in a way that is a new form of being retarded. Let's say the word retarded motivates you because you went to Stanford and you are a mentee of Caroline Rodriguez. There you go. There you go. Now you can see the humor in this because on the other side of pseudo toxic words, you'll come back to this because 3 of your girlfriends will say, oh my God, he has some of the most genius protocols ever. That's what this is. This is not story time. This is not bonding time. This is not even me secretly trying to date one of you guys, because you get the feeling that I get action off of social media, sliding into DMs, sliding into text messages. That's not going to move my penis. That's not going to move my financial standing. That's not going to move my needle. Being retarded, suffocating underwater. You're trying to get to Everest base camp. That's never done before. That's why that's literally never been done before. Unless you're 22 and on the pole. And even then it's not done because even stripper girl, she's got other issues, but she's got 300K cash in financial instruments. It almost leaked out where it was. She's not underwater. You have 2 master's degrees. You're underwater. You have 2 master's degrees and a barely holding on to a job. You know that you're just one unemployment HR violation away from being basically homeless. Look at all the hot girls right now delivering DoorDash and Uber Eats. I look at those on the dash. I look at onboarding. Some of these women aren't using fake pictures. Some of those women are actually somewhat attractive delivering DoorDash. Now that we've reset and now you've understanding who I am and what my agenda is. I have no agenda. This information needs to get out there. I never want to have a follow-up. I don't want to come in your podcast. I don't want a gotcha moment. This is all you get. It is not going to be recut. It is just raw and unfiltered, kind of like barebacking, raw dogging the information from the source. Hashtag HTGHFAOTR. Let's just ace the first base. Let's just ace two bases. Two bases, one date. Two bases, one date. Clip it. What is two bases, one date? It's you want to give him an erection, not with your boobs, but with your mind. You want to give him a tingling sensation below the waist with your brain. This is how to do it. You say without smirking or laughing, there's actually no wrong way to do it. You can actually show up in sweat clothes, no makeup, and a hat and say, hey, can you repeat what you said? And then write it down. That's all you need to do. That guy will invite you on an airplane. Granted, the airplane might say American Airlines or United because he doesn't want you touching his private airplane. He wants to learn who you are. Oh, surprise, surprise, she's into you because you flew her somewhere on your private jet. What is wrong with you? Obviously, she's going to be into you. Now you've got a gold digger. Now you are working a roster, blah, 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 blah. Let me repeat what I told you because I don't see the comments exploding with, oh my God, that's the most genius thing I've ever heard. It's okay that you're a man trying to cock block women. You're trying to cock block not even my cock. Do you see where grown ass man, by the way, do you see how you're trying to psychologically operate against women, trying to find a man who is 8 figures? I don't even understand how you not have 8 figures. Because if you have 7, you're a single digit millionaire in an economy that's been the easiest to make money. This is why. Also, women, maybe you don't know what the Cantillon effect is for money. Faking it till you make it, that's not how it works. That's how people say that it works. That's not how it works. It works the opposite of it, which is you make it and then you say, oh, did I make money? Oh, that's not. Oh, Larry Chang Duck 9? No, it's Ed Chen Bruce Wang Larry Chang. It's John Teo Tim Chang Larry Chang, Adam Crampton. It's just a dude who kind of looks like me. Oh, the 128-21 thesis? Oh, that's not Larry Chang. That's Larry Chang. He's the board of director at GameStop. Me? Pfft, I don't even know what's going on with that. Wait a minute. Didn't you already make 9 figures turning around Bumble? Aren't you the turnaround person? Wait a minute. Do I know you? Wait a minute. Did you speak at Harvard Law School? Wait a minute. No. That's not me. That's another Larry Chang. Do you know Ed Chen Bruce Wang Larry Chang? Do you know John Teo Tim Chang Larry Chang? I know. 6 foot Chinese, 6 foot plus Chinese guys who are kind of hot, very hot. Oh my God, did I just tell you accidentally that I'm gay? Because I think that John Teo Tim Chang Larry Chang are hot. I think Ed Chen Bruce Wang Larry Chang are hot. Larry, that proves that you're gay. Nobody cares. What I do care about is, hi Larry, are you learning about attracting muscle mommies in the stream? Or is that a different chapter? What we're talking about is helping women that are not obese or obese who are 22 to 28. I don't know what a muscle mommy is, but I don't like it. But you do you. Come as you are. You're not talking to the co-founder of Duck 9, which is, can you lose 20 pounds? My name's Matt Smith. That was his intro. Can you lose 20 pounds? This is why he does it. is because he's master negging women. Me, I'm naturally negging women by saying, thank you very much, but I'm not interested. Whereas he was trying to run a different protocol. This is how to land a guy, is instead of saying something that reduces his value, this is what 99.5 to 99.9% of women do. Oh, you're the person who turned around Bumble? Oh, so the fuck what? 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 Like, my one thing that I did, hashtag LABCS1469, that made more money than you in your 24 years of life. Like, you should be saying you are a lottery ticket because Peter Thiel, he was wrong. I know. You are not a lottery ticket because we don't want to get mentored by gay dudes who are hiding the fact that they didn't tell you how to go from 0 to 1 billion, let alone 0 to 1 million. University of Illinois. University of Illinois, baby. Look at a date. Look at a date like bingo. Look at a date like bingo. So maybe you've never played bingo before, but since the cobwebs are growing on your vagina right now, you're going to need to learn how to play bingo the right way or bingo the geriatric way. If you don't get pregnant in the next 2 years, you're going to be facing a geriatric pregnancy. Bingo. When you say these bingo phrases, you are going to win the lottery. Clip it. Winning the lottery. That's what dating a man is to you. It's winning the lottery. How do you win that lottery? Larry, how do you win the lottery? This is how you win the lottery. There are certain phrases that will automatically help you win the lottery. This works 100% of the time, every time. This works. Yes, ladies, 22 to 25. This works 100% of the time, every time. This is financial advice. When I say this is financial advice, ladies, that means if you do this and it doesn't work, you can sue me. Not that you even know how a lawsuit even works, but I'm saying this is financial advice. So if you put together a lawsuit, by the time you put together a lawsuit that wins, you would win and you wouldn't have to sue me. Do you see the opposite of a catch-22? Oh, that's bingo phrase number 2. Bingo phrase number 1 is, yeah, I show up 15 minutes early everywhere I go. The reason I chuckle and laugh at that is showing. What the fuck did you just say? That is a bigger turn on than saying deep throat or I want to blow you or did you get the boob selfie I sent you? Because I don't need to eat these $500 oysters. Oh my God. Do you see how these bingo phrases just roll off my tongue? Do you see how if I were in your ear hole with this guy, the guy would ask you by minute number 22 to marry you with a contract on a cocktail napkin. Do you see this? Do you not see this? I see it. I get it. Look at everybody just frozen. Look at everybody just frozen. That's why this is recorded in front of a live audience. I can tell you're frozen because you're angry. I get it. You're angry. This is some genius content. But Larry, you have so much confidence. I kind of want to knock you down a little bit. Bingo phrase. Oh my God, that was genius. Is it okay if I write that down? When you say that as a woman, what he thinks is, I currently only have $104 million. I only have that. But when you hear that, you think to yourself, I don't need a prenup because dollars number 150 million to 800 million are not protected by any prenup. Let me repeat this law math, hot girl math. Because I'm Larry Chang, I am your math tutor. Will you sit in your one bedroom that you don't pay for because you're a social media influencer? Will you sit there? Will you sit there and learn from me? Because let me walk you through. This is legal advice. Here you go, ladies. He's currently worth 9 figures, which he's not, okay? Because it's 105 mil. That's not 9 figures. 9 figures is 500 mil. But in this inflationary, 540 mil is a billion. Oh, is it? Is it? Because is 0.540 million 1 million? No. No. But you're, yeah. The person, this is prenup. Oh, prenup. Yeah, I'm ready to sign a fucking prenup, cunt. This is the girl talking. This is the girl talking. I know. If I were a girl named Larry Chang, I could marry a dude super rich. This is how to talk as a girl. I'm all about prenups, cunt. You see, this is what a prenup can't stop. Can't stop, won't stop, Larry Chang stop. Can't stop this. Which is, as a girl, you want to say, yes, I want a fucking prenup, okay? This is financial advice. Why? Because when you get married, common law or non-common law, the person's worth 105 mil. We're about to print $1 trillion a week. This is financial advice. How much financial advice am I giving you right now? People who are rich are going to get even richer. Here's the problem, is that a bunch of people who are underwater, they're going to stay underwater unless they listen to Larry Chang to the nth degree, because some of my videos are the best videos that anyone's ever made. I'm all about prenups, cunt. You call your guy a cunt. Why? Because here's how the math works on a prenup. You can't write a prenup to protect yourself first and foremost. It offers no protection. This is also what people don't understand. But let's say you don't believe that, whatever, you'll believe this. Which is when you tell a guy, oh, in a marriage, I date high value men and I realize that some of these dates could become marriage. I'm okay with signing a prenup. Why are you saying this? In addition to the fact that you're acing bingo. What is bingo? It's when 3 of these words are said, you get to be 8 figures. Yeah, 8 figures. You get to be 8 figures. Let me repeat that. When you say 3 bingo words, you get 8 figures, because that's the business model of marriage: beg, borrow, steal, and dollars per hour. You're trying to marry into money. This is the bingo words required, which is, I do want to sign a prenup. This is why. Because if the man even has a pulse, if he has an ongoing business, if he's not just, oh, I sold a software company 13 years ago I peaked. Even that, he's not peaking because his money is going to make money. Because here's the other thing that you don't understand, which I'm telling you, is that once you have money, or if you don't have money, you don't need money to make money. Do you see why these are bingo words? Because when you say those phrases to a man with money, he's going to say, I want to marry you before the next $49 appetizers come called mozzarella sticks. I just like mozzarella sticks. Why are you ordering 3 of them? Oh, because back when we were not poor, like middle class, my dad only allowed us to have 1 order of mozzarella sticks. I needed to get straight fucking A's. Yeah, order all the mozzarella sticks you want, buddy. Don't be like, don't order too much. Don't order too much. Do I want any food? No. I just want a bite of yours. No, no, no. If he wants to get the $69 bucket of guacamole, don't mitigate. Don't mitigate. This is what women do is they say stupid shit eating. They say stupid shit eating. They say stupid shit while they're eating. No more stupid stuff, ladies. No more stupid stuff. Be bingo word phrasey, which is, oh my God, you're ordering the $62 guacamole? Swallow. We should order 2, but let's just start with 1. You see, the prenup, you have to say, I'm all about, literally with a straight face, if you can muster it, practice it with me over iPhone, where you call me and say, oh, I'm all about the prenup. Why? Because if the guy is worth 9 figures because he's at $99 million, basically that's 100. It's not. Okay, it's not. But he's going to want a prenup. When you say you want a prenup, you understand this, which you prior did not understand because it's not on tick rot. It's not on brain rot. It's not on TikTok. It's only available at Larry Chang. Welcome to my channel. What they don't teach you in the School of Feminism about dating a rich guy who will beg to marry you. This is why. Via bingo word. Via bingo word phrases. Did we just become Bumble best friends? Did we just become Whitney Wolf Bumble best friends? I think we did. Oh, my fascia is so pliable. Is your fascia pliable? Prenup. This is what you do by writing down the genius shit that he says. He may not even think it's genius. You want to just stroke him. You want to give him an orgasm the way that Larry Chang gives women 14 orgasms before date number 1. This is not entropy. This is not metaphorically. This is not figuratively. This is specifically, which is you want him to want to have sex with your brain because most guys are dealing with a mask. In fact, just show up at your next date with a fucking mask because that would be better than the current mask that you're showing up on. Is this not the best video ever made? When he says something that is like that, you say, oh my God. Instead of saying equality, 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 know that there is no equality. You're a blowfish that doesn't blow. You live not even in his world. You might eat the same oysters. You might eat the same $39 burger bite. You might eat the same at music festivals. You might have even gone to the Super Bowl or New York Fashion Week because you're lying about your age. You're 34. You're telling people that you're 29. Did you just do Nadi Shadana breathing? Is that page 42? Did you just say page 42? I watched that podcast. I don't need a prenup when you talk your bingo card. The reason my nasal passages are pushing forth, it's like I'm giving birth to things that have never come up before. That's why my body's having this reaction, is expelling this information. Bingo card. Bingo card. In my world, we call it talking your book. What is talking your book? Talking your book is, would you like to buy some of the dog shit that I bought called AMC? Talking my book. Can't stop, won't stop, GameStop. Larry Chang. Not John Teo, not Chim Chang. Not Ed Chen, not Bruce Wang. Not Larry Chang. Not Leslie Chang. Talking your book is where I'm selling stock or I'm selling something. That's talking your book. Here, I have not talked any of my book. Why? Because I have nothing to sell poor people, especially women. I'm not selling women poop all. Well, now I am because I'm talking my book, but I'm out of Bumble. Hashtag LABCS1469. When you talk your book, people buy it because you're talking your book. Maybe I'm talking book right now. I'm so confused. I'm not confused. When you're trying to sell yourself, that's bingo, is you're talking your book, which is, oh, I'm a valuable female. Oh, don't hate me because I've slept with 50 dudes. That's you talking your book. And then you trying to get people to enter your feminist frame, which is, do my nice boobs allow me to misbehave? And that's where you're going to get a guy who's going to pretend commit to you, who's going to say, oh, I changed my mind. Because you're a slot filler. You're not a slot receiver. You're a slot receiver. What's a slot receiver? You're not my number one or my number two or my number three or my number four. Larry, a slot receiver is a three or a two. Do you not know what you're fucking talking about? Oh, I know what I'm talking about, because if feminists ruled the world, we would require an LGBTQ TT quarterback with zero NFL experience, zero quarterbacking in the Super Bowl. That's what I'm not trying to do. That's my nightmare. That's your dream scenario. Talking your book is bingo. Talking your book is... Can you repeat what you said? I kind of want to write it down. Or prenup? I think a prenup's a good idea. This is the math behind it. This is the math behind it. Come back better after your timeout. Thank you for the homo Hail Mary, though. Thank you for the homosexual Hail Mary in a room for women talking about heterosexual female issues. Thank you for your psychological and chemical advice, Ethan. Thank you for telling me that you are 4K projecting the fact that you take psychological medication. You seem like an actor. Is it because I'm good looking or because I'm reading from a script? Thinking that there is schizophrenia involved involves realizing what family member of yours is your diagnosis, and what drugs are you on? What drugs are you on? Do share. What kind of drugs are you on? Talking your book, bingo words, which is prenup, combined with, oh my God, what you said was really genius. Is it okay if I write it down? The opposite of writing it down is pulling out your phone and doing something with your phone. Managing your phone on a date basically is a way to never reach second base or first base. When a woman can't manage her phone or her phone manages her brain, a high value man is going to judge you based on the fact that your phone is running your brain. These are the bingo words. This is still on the topic of prenuptial. When a man has millions and millions, that adds his likelihood of making millions and millions and millions more. There is no prenup that you can write that excludes you from future millions. Let me repeat that. This is financial advice. Is the reason you sign a prenup is that there's no way to financially architect a prenup for future money earned as a partnership. Ditto, you can't be forced to testify because in the eyes of the law, the two of you are now one person. So when the two of you together make more money, you can't separate the people out, no matter how well you engineer the prenup, which is why, if you're a high value man, you understand because you have the best lawyers. You have the best lawyers that practice family law. You have the best lawyers that practice family law, aka divorce lawyer. This is why you willingly sign a prenup, because if the man is going to make more money in the future, cha-ching, you just won the lottery. And do you see how this advice is never given to women, because most women are being mentored by a goblin who is trying to destroy you and force a geriatric pregnancy. Let's maybe have you stick the landing. You're a woman and you're watching and you're in your early 30s. Ooh, kind of old, but let's make sure that you stick the landing. Let's try to have you ace that geriatric pregnancy. You need to get pregnant after dating him for 2 months. Shot clock's running down. Let's go. Let's bullet point, because I've got some genius stuff to give you, because this video was geared towards 22 to 27-year-olds marrying millionaires. Multi-millionaires. Bullet pointing for some of the older ladies, 28 plus. And that is this. Your number matters. Your number matters. And as soon as you think your number doesn't matter, you need to just own up to the fact that you've got a high number. This is the penalization where you're trying to implode by doing self-harm. This is what I'm talking about. You see, when your shot clock is running down, you need to shoot a perfect shot. This is the incorrect mindset for shooting that perfect shot, which is I'm not going to let people shoot shots. There's no more chick logic of a thing than that, which is my shot clock's running down. I'm not going to not pull the goalie. I'm going to get rid of the goal. I want to make my hole so small that there is no goal, there is no goalie. You've literally taken your vagina off the field. That's never worked in the history of time, which is, oh, I'm going to make a guy wait. Why would you make, I mean, I do understand why you can make a guy wait, but we're talking about your vagina. You've let 70 dudes in. And now with the potential of 71 being the one that pays the debt for the prior 60 plus, that's your math. So what you're doing is you're not necessarily going all the way with the guy right away, but you're wiring your vagina to connect to your brain. And that's the first time that any person in the history of time has ever connected the two. Let me repeat that because this is incredibly clippable. Clip it, which is men have been coached to manage their penis since they began having random erections. The wind blows, you're sitting in class and some girl touches your arm. Miss Bassetto, your English teacher, wants you to sit in the front row. She's got blonde hair and giant boobs. Swing! Men have been taught by an older man called a dad to manage their penis. If they don't have a dad because their dad would rather fuck strange, a little bit of strange on the road, that's why your brain's broken. Daddy issues for men, different from daddy issues as a woman. Men got taught how to manage their penis. Women, they don't know that their vagina chemicals connect to their brain. And before you say, oh, you're wrong, how am I wrong? Because I'm right. Because by default, women have been told, just say no to everything. That's why there's income inequality, because women are taught to say no and not learn that their vagina chemical presses and affects their brain, which is why this whole time I've been doing a pelvic floor meditation in a talking meditation, which with fascia, with a torsion field, which is Torsion. You should probably get a pen. Larry, that was genius. Do you mind if I write that down? No, I don't mind at all. It's called torsion field. And what a torsion field is, you're pulling up with your pelvic floor muscles, spinal column fluid up to your brain. Is this chakra 5 connected to chakra 1? Yes. Is this your vagina at chakra 6 connected to chakra 1? Yes. You could get mad that I'm smarter than your yoga teacher because your yoga teacher can't get you pregnant the way that I can get you pregnant, which is with a attachment of 9 figures. Is that a Giselle Brady joke? Yeah. Divorce incoming. Clip it. torsion field. We're taking our Kegel muscles and we're pulling the spinal fluid up from our vagina into our brain. The reason we do that is we want to create a genius. We want to create a connection with the universe. This is not me talking my book. This is me helping you with bingo words. We've gone over documents. Prenuptial. This is the next document that you're going to ace, which is going to prove to the man who has 9 figures or 10 figures, aka 3 commas, this document, which is, what if our relationship would make you enough money where the wedding that I want that costs $7 million, the wedding self-funds itself. Do you see how this video is the most genius video you've ever come across? Because who on a first date is going to say, listen, Larry Chang, you're paying for a $7 million wedding. What? I thought this is date number 1. No. You don't get it. You don't get it. Have you ever gone to a corporate event that paid for itself? And the guy will be like, yeah, I'm friends with Michael Saylor and I know of this mythical creature named Larry Chang via Josh McFarlane. Like, that's what they're all about. They're all about, oh, let's have a $2 million yacht party, and then they Kaiser Soze it into somebody else's expense account, or at least that's what I thought. Do you see why this video is the most genius video you've ever come across? Because I'm explaining to you how a guy who's mythical named Larry Chang hides money on expense accounts, because the money's actually not hidden on an expense account. That's a cunt who doesn't have, he makes 6 figures, but he doesn't have 6 figures. That's the kind of millionaire that you're looking for, is an expense account cunt. That's not a millionaire. That's a person who's going to make $5 million before he dies, and they're going to die with not even a mil. That's a person who says expense account. That's a person who says expense account. This is what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the mythical creature named Larry Chang, bringing hot girls for Hot Girl Sales Club, hot girls for Hot Girl Entrepreneurship Club from Silicon Valley to Austin, Texas, twice per year. ROI positive for ACL, Austin City Limits. ROI positive, return on investment positive for South by Southwest. You see, ROI positive is pay me for a $7 million wedding. I'm going to get that $7 million for the wedding before $1 goes out. And then he'll say, oh, I've heard of this before. This is what I do at work. Do you see how you don't need a prenup? They got money where you're going on vacation to St. Bart's. Because when you go to that or the British Virgin Islands or some other kind of Virgin Islands where somebody's not a virgin anymore, someone's not a virgin anymore, you should probably learn how to do handies. I know. Because the way that you've wired your brain, it's wired to be loser girl. We might be revisiting these same six or 200 topics in 2 years when you're 2 years older, have 10 more sexual partners, and now your sexual market value is dwindling, and now you're screwed because you should have just listened the first time, because this video is going to live on in endless value creation here's the other thing, is that there's a woman, she's 3 years younger than you. She's taking a copious amount of notes. Why? Because we're still on date one bingo. We're still on prenup. This is how the math works. I want a $7 million wedding. I'm saying this as a girl. Where do you see yourself in 5 years if he's a loser asking some stupid questions? Where do you see yourself in 5 years? Well, where I see myself is the fact that I'm married and I just had a $7 million wedding. What you're doing there is you're doing listener train of thought. Because if you really are that blonde and if your boobs really are that nice, those are the circles that you run in. They're looking for the exits, but they're going to ask you maybe one or two more questions because you seem like a Instatot sleut. You seem like a sleut on Instatot. $7 million wedding? What the fuck are you talking about? This is what you're talking about. Is what if the $7 million wedding paid for itself before $1 got spent? Do you see why I'm the vagina whisperer? You do see this, right? Because even if you're a 7 and obese and you said $7 million wedding, well, that actually wouldn't. Well, you know what? I could still make that work. This is why this works 100% of the time. Because they're going to say, you think you're that good looking? And then this is what you say. I realize I'm obese. I realize that my pictures are showing that I'm 150 pounds. I know I showed up 175 pounds. But here's what I know. I know that I want a $7 million wedding. I've been watching Larry Chang videos. I'm starting to think about doing a fast. This Larry Chang guy has really screwed my head on straight. Because I want a $7 million wedding. I want a $7 million wedding. And I think I can get one. This is how. What if the wedding paid for itself before $1 went out? This shit is so fucking easy. Okay? It's called the Kennelon effect for money. It's called the Kennelon effect for money. Do you, as a person who made 9 figures, do you think it takes money to make money? You dumb cunt. You just told me that your family gave you that money. If it took you money to make money, how much did your dad invest? They'll be like, how do you know me so well? How do you know me so well? That doesn't work. That doesn't work because when you do it inverted, the old woman, she's not going to make more money. Because the way that women make money is via marriage and death. And there are protections for that. So the advice is the gender money flow goes from woman gender getting money from men. Moving right to the next juicy bullet points. Moving in. When you're establishing a $7 million wedding, you're signaling the fact that you understand how the economy works, which is socialism at the top, socialism at the bottom. In the middle, the people are screwed. And when I say middle, I mean single-digit millionaires or lower are screwed. So if you're making 200 grand and you're trying to date women, you can't afford it. That's why men who are making kind of a shit ton of money are going, look, instead of dating a 9 or a 10, which normally I would pull, I'm going to just take the layups called 8s and 7s and 6s. Why? Because this is why men end up dating 6s and 7s who are 8 years younger than them. You have to see that this is going on. You have to see that this is going on, where she's 7, 8, 10 years younger. He's 35, and he's pulling a 24-year-old that's a 4 or a 5. You have to see that this is going on. Why? Because it's less baggage. Why? Because it's the Nash equilibrium. I can't believe all this information is just percolating into my head. I should get a PhD in dating economics. I just did. This PhD thesis is fully defensible. Why? Because it's right on all the facets. The only thing that people can say to mitigate is mentally unstable. Okay, but can you come up with anything that's specifically wrong? Jojo Bro, who isn't? No idea what you're talking about. Hey Larry, thanks for the stream. Have a good day. Have a good day too. It was a compliment. I'm flicking your bean. Flicking my bean? Oh, flicking. I'm embarrassed. I'm embarrassed. You got me to mess up. Good job. I don't know what to do with compliments. See, whenever people say personal things, they're saying that everything I'm saying is accurate. I wish your friend's geriatric pregnancy, I hope it goes smoothly. It'll probably go smoothly. Doctors are able to do a lot these days. You guys are in for a treat. You guys are in for a treat. I get that you're positive and your positivity will have ROI because of pelvic floor, because of this dynamic. Because we're trying to win the lottery by dating and marrying a person of incredibly low wealth, $130 million, give or take 400 million. That's called winning the lottery. That's called sticking the landing. This is what we're doing. We're recapping. One, on a date, take notes. Take paper notes. Don't type it into a phone. Why? Because your reaction, which is a normal female reaction, is you're not so great. I've dated better. The reason that women say this is also the same reason that women buy and really want a $7,000 purse, is the wiring's all fucked up. So when you're about to win the lottery, you don't throw away the lottery ticket. If you're about to win the lottery by sucking the D of the lottery winner, you don't say, I don't like to suck it, or I don't like the lottery, or I don't like money. What those gut reactions are is you being allergic to winning. That's the scarcity mindset. Where does scarcity mindset come from? It's because you've got a dwindling number of eggs and you're trying to shoot shots on goal, not even shooting. Here's an example of this. which is where you say, oh, you're successful? I've dated successful guys before. What? What? That makes no sense. When he leaks out and tells you that he's successful, you say, thank you for selling me on you. I'm already pre sold. That's why I went out on this date with you. You see, women want to try to reduce the price so that way the person who was castrated by your language is going to give you his sperm. That's not how to get sperm thrown into or shot into your fallopian tube. I almost said eustachian tube. Your fallopian tube. Your fallopian tube. When you say you have a nice mask, the reason I brought a mask into this conversation is that women's mask amplifies what they're hiding. Let me repeat that. Clip it! Your mask amplifies what you're hiding. Even when you show up to a date with no makeup, that's a mask. It's called, I've given up. I am ran through. Something happens to women at 70 sexual partners. Something happens to women at 25 sexual partners. Something happens to women at 18 sexual partners. None of these are good. Something happens to women at 12 sexual partners. Something happens to women at more than 5 sexual partners. Because this is how sex works. Am I the only person who understands how sex works? Which is when your brain gets DNA, women's DNA does not imprint upon a penis. Men's DNA gets stuck. You're a walking DNA collection of all the people that you prior had sex with. And if you don't think that there's a DNA imprint, do you not think that there's a brain imprint? Because your brain gets affected. The mask, it applies, you say something and I say some genius shit. That's how this video works, is you say something and then I work with what you say. Connect with what I'm saying. Don't say I'm saying the wrong thing. Don't say something stupid. My God, this video is perfectly simulating. That's not what I meant. Meaning you wanted to unhear that versus you triggered something, which was, did we just become Bumble best friends? Did we just become Bumble best friends? I think we did. I think we did. The mask that you're wearing is trying to hide the fact that the shot clock's running down. You don't have a whole lot of time. Now you say this, that's incorrect. Put this on the bingo card. The next person I have sex with, I'm going to marry. What? What? That's like a guy saying, the next 3-pointer I put in is going to be the most perfect 3-pointer. I'm not even going to try to shoot. There's something about Mary. What is the thing about Mary? The thing about Mary is that she took jizz and she made it into something that was more than just jizz. Something about Mary. She did something innovative with the resources that she was given. That's what we want to do in order to marry a really rich guy is we want to be incredibly resourceful. We want to be incredibly resourceful. Something about Mary, something about Larry. The normal thing to do is to see something that you want and to tell the guy, I'm the only one that wants it. Because you're not being honest about the competitive forces that are in the market. You're not being honest about you're not being honest about you're not being honest about how competitive it is. Because over on the school of women run by a woman, that school tells you that you don't have to believe in reality. A school of women taught by women is not a school. It's a insane asylum with horrible results. A school for women by a man, that's also rarely done. But how genius is this video? This video is genius in that why don't women help other women be honest with how competitive it is? By trying to remove competition, what happened? Only certain people won, the ones that believed in competition. When you're trying to make the socialism go from the bottom to the top, back to the bottom, back to the top, you're not realizing how funny of a joke that is. It's hilarious on multiple levels. Why? Because it is socialism at the top, it is socialism at the bottom. To get married, you can just join the socialists at the top by marrying into money. But trying to get the socialism to hit the middle, that doesn't work because then you'd be in communism. Do you not know the difference between communism and socialism? And before you think, let's go, let's try, you've never read a history book. It has worked 0 times. Plus, the problem with this time that communism's tried or socialism's, it's coming apart at the seams because you can't control the media. What's coming apart at the seams? Look at how crazy the world is. This is actually the best the world's ever been and will continue to get better, but some people will be penalized because you're not seeing what's going on. That's what my channel is about, is what they don't teach you in school. Here's the issue. Here's the issue. People time themselves out because men are starting to talk like women. Why? Because there was a reward temporarily for that type of juxtaposition. Would you like to have more rights? Join women. Would you like to pee in the women's bathroom? Come on in. The water's cold. When men get sold on being a woman, You're not going to understand this. Now you do. Which is, what if a man who didn't want to be a woman pretended to be a man, pretended to be a woman, pretended to be a man? That's what happens when money dies, is you want to jumble up what's a man and what's a woman. Maybe you've never read a history book before, but this exactly happened in the 1920s, 1820s, 1720s, and 1620s. Why? Because when the men and women are fighting, you can't see that the politicians are robbing people blind. But this revolution, it's going to be connected to Wi-Fi. This Roman Empire collapse, it's going to be televised onto a smartphone over a mesh network. The government's going to try to kill the internet. How can you benefit from all this mayhem? Ladies, you can benefit by just marrying a really rich guy while not listening to people who can't do it or secretly don't want you to do it. Let's bullet point, because you just heard some of the most genius things you've ever heard that are seemingly bad news. But here's the good news, is that communism, it's never going to come again, because step one of communism is you knock out the radio towers, you control all the information. Once the information freely flows, which is a free market of money, a free market of ideas, I have zero concern that this video is going to be canceled. Why? Because you can't cancel what you don't understand. And once you understand it, you say, wow, this is beneficial, because this is not geared towards somebody needing to pay a price. This is just geared towards, do you want to know what your future is going to be like? This is why I'm so good at telling fortunes. So you bring up nothing valid, but do you have anything that refutes any of the accuracy that I say? I'll even read aloud, which is going to positively dopamine your brain. This is like a rant that you hear from the homeless schizo on the corner, what's happening, LOL. So when you say LOL, you're saying you're a man, you're you're not a man, you're a woman. Oh my god, that makes so much more sense. So this is your vagina. It's so turned on right now that you're willing to parlay sexual tension from you to me, because me, I'm very turned off by you, because your boobs actually are very nice. Thank you for the boob selfies that you send. But your brain, it's ugly, and you use LOL as if you're saying I'm a retard. Not Larry Chang's a retard when you say LOL, because you're having a hard time processing new information. This is the new information. Social media as porn affects differently from how social media affects men. This is also another problem, which is why you won't end up marrying a rich guy, is that you're going to not study this video. You're just going to go right into a watered down version. And what YouTube is going to do is they're going to amplify this video. Why? Because this video is going to cause you to watch 15 more YouTube videos. Why? Because you're looking for redemption underwater. You're looking for a savior in debt. You're looking for a solution that you won't find, but YouTube will gladly take your attention and route it to the opiate of more videos. So your 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 brain of women being zombies, that's correct. That's why I'm going to pin your message, because you're right. Women are zombies. What are zombies? It's the walking undead, not going to be reproducing, not interacting, eating, eating, eating people incorrectly. You see, the way that zombies eat people is that they eat the person to kill them. The way you want to eat me is you want to have me be eaten, and then I'll pay for a $7 million wedding. That's zombies, but I'm not marrying you. That's zombies. Where the zombies, they want to connect to other women that are also undead. It's like a goblin. So you're right about zombies. It's a goblin that's postmenopausal, trying to trick women who are in their mid 30s, early 30s, mid 20s, early 20s to adopt the zombie life. What's the zombie life? The zombie life is where you're unhappy, and guess what, women? Misery loves company. We're still on date number 1. Let's talk about date number 2. Remember, you're spending $50 and you're going to get 9 figures because you have one business model. This is your newest business model. Just say thank you, Larry, because I'm going to show you how to invest $50 to land a man who has 9 figures. 9 figures is so much money to you that you don't know how much money that is. For your one trip to Dubai, you met some money, but you didn't know what was going on. Plus, that psychological damage, you're still in therapy for. We're doing a non-therapy of 0.0 therapy sessions. You're going to become amazing at after this session, and that is this. You're going to invest $50 and you're going to win a lottery called I'm 22 to 26 years old. I'm going to win a lottery by marrying a 9-figure guy by investing $50. This is how. This is how. First of all, just set aside the $50 because you don't even need money. You just need a paper notebook in your pants. Yeah, you should have worn a dress, but you wore pants to the date. Ew. But whatever. When the guy says something halfway interesting, which is, oh, this is what I do for work, I'm really good at it. Oh, and this is your question because we are now on to the most genius component of this entire video, which is you're going to ask empowering questions. You're not going to ask shit-eating, shitty questions from a scarcity mindset. You're going to say, oh my gosh, you sound amazing. Tell me about one of the mentors that you've had that makes you so amazing. You see, you're going to ask 3 good questions. They're going to simultaneously get wood and want to date and want to marry you before the date's over by asking positive questions. This is something that women have never talked about in the history of women on dates. This works 100% of the time. I would pick a tall, hot dude who's rich because tall, hot dudes are not going to cheat on you because we've been popular ever since we were tall and hot when we were 10 years old. And then our older sister's friends came over and made us feel tingly. This is why this works every time. Because you're going to ask empowering questions to sniff out if the person's one of those people making middle 6 figures while saving $0 because they used to be a beta male. They went to the University of Illinois for engineering. Now they make 7 figures. They spend all 7 figures. Why? Because guys like me have been going bankrupt on vagina since guys like me who are 5'8" and never got vagina. You're meeting Larry Cheng now for the first time. I am 6'5". I don't need my money to get vagina. This is you understanding that if you ask empowering questions, you want to find out if the guy is going to be rich and loyal to you Do they have time preference? Can they delay gratification? Empowering question number one. Hey, before I met up with you, I Googled you and you seem pretty successful. What I couldn't find out when I stalked you, because I'm very mindful of marriage, is what mentors did you have? What mentors did you have? Because you seem super successful. When you ask an empowering question, the guy is going to realize that a prenup can't stop you from tripling his net worth. Why? Because you and him, not me, me and you will never be a team. I don't want to even meet you in sterile number 7 for you to blow me. I don't even want that. Okay? Meaning, I don't want to spend 7 minutes with you. I don't care how hot you are. I'm not meeting women off the fucking internet. Okay? I don't want to even meet the hot women that are throwing vagina right now. Because I know what you're doing. I know what you're doing. You're trying to win the lottery. This lottery? I am not a lottery ticket, darn it. I'm not a lottery ticket. Am I quoting my gay mentee, Peter Thiel, who's pansexual neurodivergent? Lecture 5, Stanford Engineering, CS183B. You are not a lottery ticket. I know, I'm not a lottery ticket. Yep. Tell me empowering questions. Pretend like you're playing bingo. If you ask 3 empowering questions, you could have shown up obese. Oh, wait. Don't run away. I know, I'm 35 pounds heavier than my picture. I know. But hey, you seem super successful. Before you ghost me, can you tell me what mentors you had? Can you tell me what mentors you had? The guy will be like, oh my God, you're really fat, but you ask good questions. I'm not going to talk about the male loneliness epidemic because you women just socialize with everything. Look at you in group exercise. Everything is group. That's why you can't make any money, because the entire group of people, we could fire you and the revenue would actually increase. I'm not talking about our expenses decreasing. I'm talking about the fact that maybe as a woman, you're not helping. This is you being a helpful woman, sounding like a cunt VC saying, hi there, I see that you're rich. How can I be helpful? Have you seen that meme? It's a VC in a fucking vest, not Ed Chen, Bruce Wang, Larry Chang, not John Teo, Tim Chang, Larry Chang. It's a white dude who's not John Teo, Tim Chang, Larry Chang. It's a white dude. It's not John Teo, Tim Chang, Larry Chang. It's a white dude. It's not a black dude. Are there even black VCs? Tristan, just joking. Charles, just joking. You guys are great VCs. Millionaire, the rapper. Do you kind of get the sense that I know everything about everything? Because if I know all the black VCs, you should be asking yourself, Larry, are you going to date 7 more Victoria's Secret models because you discovered them or that you made them? Because that's what you should be asking about the black VCs is, did I discover them or did I make them? There you go. Because I had to ask Millionaire the question. I was like, when you say riding dirty, what do you mean? Because how can I be helpful? That's some white VC shit. That's not Ed Chen, Bruce Wang, Larry Chang. This is what we want to say as women on a date, which is, you seem rich. How can I be helpful? Instead, this is what women say when women determine, oh my God, you really are rich, is how can I hurt you to reduce your valuation, your personal valuation, your corporate valuation, your ego validation. Oh, you're so confident, Larry. You're so confident. I'm confident because I'm competent. and I'm the one holding all the money. The only thing you're holding is a cobbled cobweb vagina hoping to have space shuttle sex. What's space shuttle sex? It's you mitigating the, what's that thing that women say about the patriarchy? The patriarchy and faking the moon landing. Like you're trying to unaccomplish some of the most accomplished accomplishments. So if you're trying to undo the moon landing, what hope do I have with my over $300 million? What hope do I have? Because if I showed you the money, you still wouldn't believe it. That's why I do Dinner First Coach. But that's a different video. You're not invited to that. We're talking about your $50 buying you 100% guaranteed a lottery ticket for 9 figures. Because you don't even need the $50. Get it? You don't even need the $50. What you need is a notebook and 2 to 5 empowering questions. This is what you're doing. Other women ask shitty questions, which is, oh, I see you're rich. And beta males say this too. This is what they say. Oh, you're super rich. Is that a trust fund? Do you not know what a trust fund even is? Because people that say trust fund don't understand how real estate works, and they can't get the next question, which is, oh, you made money? You must have been able to graduate engineering school. Like, why don't women ever say that? Why don't women ever say that? Or beta males, sorry. I get beta males and women mixed up. Because why don't beta males say, oh, you're just a glitch player? Glitch like money is a video game and I found a glitch. Versus, oh, did your dad die and give you the money? What? When you have that on your brain, basically you're amplifying that your dad took off and you have daddy issues. Because if your dad didn't take off and you heard, oh my God, I'm successful. Oh, you're a pro basketball player? Let me guess. And this is an empowering question. Let me guess. Your dad played pro football, but you're a pussy. And then they'd be like, yes, my dad did play pro football. Or you meet a pro football player and you're like, this is a girl. And then you say, let me guess. Your dad was a pussy baseball player. And then they'd be like, yes, I know, crazy, right? No, it's not crazy. Because nobody wants to go pro in the sport that their dad aced. Ooh, I'm getting goosebumps right now. This is how you ask empowering questions, is you add power. You don't cut balls. You don't mitigate. You don't do that thing where you try to take away 2 marbles every time you talk to them. Is this video helping you understand everything about everything? Because that's what women do by nature is, oh, this person could kill me, but instead I'm going to just try to cut his balls off at 0.02% balls per meeting, per conversation. Ladies, that works later. It doesn't work later. Because then he's going to sleep with the housekeeper. His name is Arnold Schwarzenegger. Because it's finally an outlet. But what we're talking about is $50 into $200 million. Which is, don't start with the middle. Start with the beginning. Clip it. If you start with the middle, this is what your middle looks like. Which is, oh, you're not so great. Oh, you're only smart because your mom went to Yale and your dad went to MIT. Harvard just rolls off my tongue because they're constantly recruiting. Why am I not getting recruited to your shitty school? Just kidding. I don't want to go to your shitty school to speak. So tell me something that I've said that's wrong. All you do is say things that you know. So tell me something that I've said that's wrong. Tell me something that I've said is wrong versus, oh, he's only smart because he reads. Like, that's the most accurate thing you've ever said. Or, that's not even, yeah. So tell me something that I've said that's wrong. I'm going to continue. You can continue to hate watch. Thank you for hate watching. This is a bingo phrase. You're welcome. This is worth all the value of this video. And that is this: I'm not about penalizing men for what other men did. Clip it. The reason that's a clip is women do that by default. This is why men date something under 27 when they're 37. Is maybe Larry was right. Maybe I should be dating women that are 25 years old. Because I'm not going to say that Tom Brady and Matt Smith and Tom Grady are the same person, but it's a mistake to not consider dating women in their 20s. This is why. And also, you'll see older men date like a 20 something that's a 6. Like, she looks like she fell off the ugly tree. What do you see in that? What I see is a vacation because she's not so negative. Ladies, be negative in the middle part of your relationship. Don't be negative at the very beginning, because negativity, that's like that sugar, honey, bees shit thing that I'm not going to assemble for because I didn't say that. I don't ever say that. I'm just saying, ladies, welcome to the School for Women by Larry Chang. Just swallow it all. Just swallow it all. Which is swallowing this fortune cookie bite size of knowledge. When a man and a woman join together, it is not you versus man. It is you and him together as a team. And most people, they don't know the phrase team playing, or when they say team playing, they're not even trying to join a team. They're trying to just wrecking ball anything because the vagina lacking penis is causing your vagina to throw some Hail Marys. Have you ever tried to hit have you ever tried to hit with a vagina with a hole? You can't hit with a hole, you got to hit with a bat. So, you're going to have to find a penis, and hopefully that penis is attached to 9 figures or 10, but you don't even know the difference. So just money. You're joining a team. It's called team you and the man, or the man and you. If you can't prove to them that you're going to be a good team member, people will fuck you 7 to 10 times, but then afterwards are going to ghost you. That's called an ass model. Maybe you don't know what business models are. Maybe you don't know what an ass model is because you think that the sexual market value that you have has no peak. Women's value peak at, remember, this is the most valuable video you've ever come across. Women's value peak at 22. Peak. By 25, Leonardo DiCaprio, Larry Chang, and Larry Chang don't want to date you anymore because if we date you for a year and a half, you're going to be 27 going on 30. When your value peaks, extract value before you've peaked. There's a cliff, and the cliff has a value drop off. This is how to score when you've fallen off the cliff, which is, as a woman, don't destroy other women that have already fallen off the cliff. When women who have fallen off the cliff are trying to get you to join them falling off a cliff in 8 years, you do a turnaround. Deeply understanding credit knowledge. Get out of credit card debt if you want to meet a rich guy. Deeply understanding capital knowledge. Hey, you seem rich. Who are your mentors? Hey, you seem rich. Did it take money to make money? Crazy enough, it didn't take any money. And then now you'll understand that that person's rich. But then if they say stuff like, go big or go home, get out of there, you're talking to a broke boy. Danger. Danger, young lady. Danger. He's lying to you. He's lying to you in the same way that gay people have been lying to us about why they're gay. Deeply understanding credit knowledge. There is something wrong with you if you have $15,000 in credit card debt and you didn't watch Larry Chang videos to go from negative 15K to 4K. Clip it. That's on the bingo card, which is, I used to owe $15,000. I watched a couple of videos. Now I'm at $4,000. I'm going to be debt free in this time frame. When you say that to a rich guy, he will be like, swing. You showed up obese and kind of ugly, okay? Because in your pictures you look hot. But you saying this, I forgive you for being fat. Deeply understanding venture capital knowledge, deeply understanding Chinese knowledge, doing a turnaround. You see, a man who is rich, they still think that they can do another turnaround. This is how all of money is wired, is a turnaround. And if you don't know what a turnaround is, okay, hit yourself in the face with that wet dildo. I know you've been using that dildo thinking it's me. That's how you tolerate this, because I have a hot face. Every morsel of money is done from a turnaround. That's why I do turnarounds. That's why I do these videos, because normal octogenarians that make a shit ton of money, hashtag LABCS 1469 Bumble. Larry, the stocks dropped 95%. How do you make any money? You'd make it go from having dropped 97% to only dropping 94%. Clip it! Turnarounds. That's how all of money has ever been made. There is no way to be rich and not have turned something around. When you tell a man that they're rich because they turned something around, you'll either determine that they turned something around or that they inherited the money. In which case, you're in a different kind of danger, because they're also using drugs. And I'm not talking the good kind of drugs. I'm talking the kind of drugs that are drugs. Not good situation. Good luck with that scenario. You don't want to spend $50 to meet a person who inherited that money. You're screwed in other ways. Plus, the prenup thing won't work because they're never going to make more money, in which case you're again fucked. It's like marrying into the Vanderbilt family and you're like, why are 30% of the people in your family gay? It's not that gayness was born in their family. It's because something got really fucked up. And I'm not talking a heterosexual way of fucking up. I'm talking about the Vanderbilt way of fucking up. Remember, the worst kind of bankruptcy is suicide. Asking empowering questions. Prenuptials. When you determine that they're rich, ask them what they turned around. Because what you're doing is you're turning around the best kind of turnaround. You're turning around a guy who's in their late 20s, 9 figures. Turning around that person is way easier than turning around a bankrupt nothing or a person pretending to be rich. Faking it till you make it, that doesn't work because there's this transparency thing going on right now. Plus, all that matters is proof of work. That's why you get 2 hours of unfiltered fire hose genius shit spewing where you're like, stop, don't, stop, don't. Exactly. The generations of money. Plus, now you're screwed because a prenup actually blocks that because they're on an allowance. They're not making money. I don't understand how, if you're rich, you don't make money with no money, because you can make money with no money when you're poor. When you're rich, it's actually way easier to make money with no money. Right? You get it. Bingo words, bingo phrases, winning. By asking them about their mentors, what you're doing is you're saying, on your team, I'm going to be a good teammate. You see, women, they're like a YouTube live streamer that's trying to make everybody happy, therefore being depressed and having to go on psychological meds. That's how so many people talk about my psychological condition. One, I'm drug free. Two, there's never been more genius of an explosion of knowledge. Nobody's said that I've said anything incorrectly. They're just saying things like, oh, my crazy auntie who died poor said some crazy shit. She drank every day. Like, what? Or some portion component of that. If I'm saying something incorrectly, I welcome you to challenge this PhD thesis in gender studies via the Nash equilibrium. PhD. Thank you. I will not be accepting your PhD until you give me $4 million. Because University of Pennsylvania, it's a poverty franchise. True story. Yoel Roth, consent, teacher, student, a PhD thesis in being a homosexual while being Hebrewized, or Ashkenazied. Did somebody Ashkenazi you in the butthole? Sorry. I didn't know that that's how Hebrew school went. Not that there's anything wrong with it. Not that there's anything wrong with it. Joining teams, making everybody happy. I'm not trying to make everybody happy because I'm making one person happy. That's you. I'm making you happy. Why? Because when men date, they're just trying to make themselves happy. When women date, they're trying to impress 15 females that they don't care about, hoping for a consensus opinion on, don't I have the best guy? That's a recipe for disaster. That's why social media has a video that was introduced at Sebastopol called Living in Public. You see, as a high value man, you're living in public because there's an accountability to the market. That's why you're rich. Living in public as a woman who begged, borrowed, stole the money, or married into it, aka the same thing, it's not quite the same connection. It's not quite the same, because living in public, it ruins your ability to connect. If you're going to live in public later. Don't live in public until he decides he wants to marry you. All that matters for getting a man to marry you is getting him to say, I've worked 31 years, I've made $180 million, I'm willing to bet $90 million on that. Well, me, it would be at 19 years old, but whatever. Let's say we're living the same year over and over and over since sophomore year. Did I tell you I peaked sophomore year in college? It doesn't matter. Because what matters is you're trying to get a man in, this has never been said before on any form of social media, which is when you get a man to commit to you, even with a prenup, he's saying half my money now. Because it's not only half your money now, it's also half of all future money. There is no prenup that you can write that precludes you from half the future money. Look it up. Look it up. There is no way to draft a, I almost said non compete. There's no way to draft it to preclude her from half your money because you are, in the eyes of the law, one person. Prenups. It's what they should be teaching women, but right now, women can't read. I said it because it's true. This is what you should do on a date. I said $50. You still need $0. You see, as a woman who's showing up with big boobs, okay, I see you pressing them against each other. And before you say, oh, this is just a skinny Chinese guy, he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. That would be, you're new to the channel. I am 6'5", I weigh 235. I'm just really proportioned like a print model who could be 5'6". I am, this is how you know I'm too big, is that when I get booked as a model, because obviously, because I'm hot and I model, I'll show up and then be like, oh, in your pictures you looked 5'8". You look like you had a 7.5 shoe, and you look like a 38 regular. Holy fuck, you're like a 46 long. Will you be in a runway show? Will you be in a runway show? Because we've got a 5'11" Amazonian girl with heels. You're gonna make her look tiny. I've never heard that before. I've never heard that before. This is also something that you've never heard before, which is with your sexual market value, you're trying to monetize sexual market value. This video is the best video that's ever been created. This video is the best video that's ever been created. Because your sexual market value, you can monetize. And this is how women try to monetize it. They try to do OnlyFans or porn. That doesn't work for all the reasons that you already know. But this is what's never talked about, which is if you kept your bang number under 8 and then you did a lot of hand jobs for the guy that you want to marry, that's you putting out strategically. But Larry, what about you? I'm not a woman, okay? I'm not a woman. So stop with the equality coming and going, because I wish I could have 32 orgasms with a guy like Larry Chang. Wait a minute. Does that make me heterosexual and really good at sex? It does. It makes me heterosexual and very, very, very good at sex. That's why last year I spent $0 dating heterosexual women. Think about that. I spent $0. Why? Because I understand the algorithm and I understand business models so well that I understand ass models. Because women are not going to believe the wealth until they see it, until they make it. Because you're going to be in a partnership. I'm going to drag you into it, not kicking, screaming because you've never had one orgasm. Dinner first and your ticket, coach. Your first orgasm is you go in the other room and I'm going to talk you through your first one. We're in the same hotel room. Leave bed. I'm going to talk you through it. But Larry, I paid for this hotel room. You paid for this hotel room because I needed a guarantee that one of the first 9 times that we had sex, you weren't going to throw an allegation my way. Beg, borrow, steal is a business model, which is the DA will never prosecute it, but civilly, you could sue. Retracting of consent. Bingo word, which is on your first date, just tell the guy, hey, you're super hot. I'm going to go ahead and write consent for you because today is January 21. I bet we're going to have amazing sex before February 12, Wednesday. I'm going to go ahead and write consent out for you because I'm guessing you're a high value male and you're worried about consent and the retraction of consent. Do you see how easy it is? Do you see how easy it is? Do you see how easy it is? Because some guy's going to be like, what? What? What's going on right now? Did my attorney send you? What's going on right now? What's going on right now? What's this cocktail napkin at this $32 for a plate of mozzarella sticks at Oyster Bar? What is this? You're saying consent? Do you see how you're treating a 9-figure man like you're wearing a strap-on? But no 9-figure man who's heterosexual wants you wearing a strap-on. Your strap-on is your brain. Your brain got doubled. I'm doubling your brain right now. This video hasn't even ended because a guy who's going to have sex with you, he's worried about a grape allegation. He's worried that you're going to try to monetize him with no date. Do you know who Lindsay Hill is? Do you know who Trevor Bauer is? Because you can levy accusations and not have any penalty unless you're in the Scottsdale District Attorney's Office. The only NAG, National Associations of Attorneys General. Hey, Larry, are you a lawyer? No, but I'm giving you legal advice. Why? Because the Scottsdale District Attorney was like, we have a lot of pro athletes. We need these pro athletes to buy a third home here. What better place to buy a third home than in Scottsdale, Paradise Valley, where if you accuse a man who's really, really, really good at baseball, a rape allegation, you could go to prison if you're making shit up. This is on the bingo word, Lindsay Hill. This is on the bingo word, which is, you know what? We're going to make out later. We're going to make out later. And I'm telling you, inside of the next 3 weeks, we're probably going to have sex. I'm going to go ahead and write that I consent to sex here on this cocktail napkin. Do you see how you're not the dick whisperer? Because every woman's a dick whisperer. Would you like to hit it? Every dick is like, except for me, I don't want to hit it. Your vagina's disgusting. Muy sucio. El chica es muy sucio. That means your vagina, it's dirty. I don't want to have anything to do with it. But other men would be like, yeah, I want to hit that. What you're doing is you're billionaire whispering. You're not dick whispering. You're billionaire 3 comma whispering. He doesn't even have 3 commas. You in your dirty vag, you're going to help a man get to 3 commas. Why? Because you've discovered Larry Chang videos. You're going to watch these videos and then you're going to ask your guy empowering questions, which is, how close to the money printer do you think that you're standing? He'll be like, what? Because he doesn't realize he's a rich VC because he's standing closer to the money printer. And as soon as he stands further away from the money printer, that's a person who discovered Larry Chang content and said, I'm going to try to water down his genius shit with other people's shit. Since I brought up shit, I got to talk about something. it's being Kappa Kappa Gamma, the only an Indian girl at Kappa Kappa Gamma. Indiana University, the only Indian girl at Kappa Kappa Gamma. You're amazing, and I can't even tell that you're Indian, which is why you lied about your age. But that's okay. I'm still not going to date you, aside from what already happened. What I am going to do is explain shit to you. Let's say you have a shit fetish. The time to bring it up is is on date number 1. Why? Because we're already thinking it. It's because you're Pakistani Indian. We're already thinking it. And so if that's something that you need, and let's say that you're not dating your first cousin because you're on a date with a Caucasian person. This is not financial advice, which is my financial advice would you to be to just set aside your shit fetishes. You're wondering where that was going. You're wondering where that was going. This is where it's going. He's not You're not dating Larry Chang. He's gonna want to kiss you below the belt. This is financial advice, which is if the first time you're going to, don't have what I call 11 p.m. shadow. What's 11 p.m. shadow? It's you shaved your cha cha at 7 o'clock, and now you've got 11 o'clock shadow. And it's not good. 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 I have PTSD, pussy sex trauma syndrome. I have PTSD. Bingo words. I don't know if actually this is on the bingo card, which is which is my underwear matches, but I did not shave my cha-cha. Why? Because I wanted to make sure that I didn't have perfect space shuttle sex with my future husband. You are a kind of guy I want to marry. Because this is what guys know is that guys know that women want to have sex immediately with guys that they will never marry. And then the guys that they want to marry, they're going to make those guys wait. All guys know this now because the internet's on. This is why it's on the bingo card, is that you wire yourself not for failure. You wire yourself because you're wired to Larry Chang doubling your brain. Because you could have had a bad brain, but instead you are killing the bingo card, which is I realize that other women do it wrong. This is what you say on a date. Clip it. On a date, I realize that other women who never get married, they make guys who they want to marry wait, but they make guys who they don't want to marry, they don't make them wait. And then you say, I just juxtapose the two. I rewired my vagina. Clip it. When you rewire your vagina, you are now meeting Larry Chang, vagina whisperer. Did I just rewire your vagina? You see, you kept on thinking when I said vagina whisperer, you're thinking, oh my God, this guy's so confident because he's a pussy magnet. I one time hung out with a girl that hung out with him, and everywhere he went, everyone was like, hey, you're really good looking for a Chinese guy. Hey, you're really good looking. Hey, can I fuck you? Hey, can I blow you? Like, what? Am I getting punked right now? This guy's not that good looking for a Chinese guy. The vagina whisperer is not because I'm a pussy magnet. I just rewired your vagina. Let me repeat what I said. And this is not toxic mansplaining. This is why have women not told each other this shit? Am I going to have to keynote Gamma Phi Beta Tucson? Am I going to have to keynote that college again? I am. I'm not coming in. I'm not coming into your sorority house again and giving a talk about deeply understanding credit knowledge, deeply understanding capital knowledge, deeply understanding venture capital. Hello, you don't need money to make money. Deeply understanding Chinese knowledge. Oh, did my did my family make money doing a turnaround? My family doesn't even know that my family made money on turnarounds. This is why I'm the money whisperer, because every person with a block of money that's at least $4 million, the number of people who used to be secretaries at Microsoft or the janitor at Google or the dude who spray painted, oh, I spray painted Facebook and I took $60,000 worth of stock and I'm Korean and now I'm like an angry billionaire. Wah, 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 wah. Korean billionaire, 60K. He still hasn't spent that 1 billion. He's a Korean spray painter. Look him up. 156 University Avenue. Palo Alto, California, 94301. Larry, I want to send you panties because I'm throwing vagina your way. Cool. Send me a gift card. First person to send me a gift card will be the first person that sends me a gift card that I still don't open. That address? That address is 2021 Midwest Road, Oak Brook, Illinois, Suite 200. Oak like the tree, brook like the little river. 60521. 60521, Oak Brook, Illinois, Suite 200. Go ahead and send me your sexual items. They won't be opened. By joining a team, you're making the team better, and that's what you're also doing with consent, is you're lubricating the rails and you're trying to have sapio sex with them. Because what you're doing then is you're giving them enough rope to choke themselves. Oh my God. This is the most genius lecture in the history of vagina whispering. You see, your vagina is now wired to understand rope to choke. And I get it, you're a choker, because that's what happens after 50 to 80 sexual partners is you can't have an orgasm unless you have an oxygen deprivation. Don't even ask me how I know, but I know, because having X number of sexual partners as a man, it doesn't make you go crazy, because I read that book. By the River of Pussy, Larry Chang did not sit down and cry. By the River of Pussy, I did not sit down and cry, because I read that book. By the River Piedra, I sat down and wept. Oh, full circle back to The Alchemist, because the person that you want to date who is rich, he's right there. He's pretending to be poor. Vagina whispering, understanding the wiring of your vagina. Men know this about women. Women hate that men know, which is men know that women who find somebody that they want to marry, they make that guy wait. Whereas men also know that women will have sex with somebody immediately who they won't marry or can't marry. This is why women jump on my D right away, because they know that I'm not going to marry them. And then they're like, what? Why are you saying no? It's because I'm going to make you blow me 11 times because I'm dating as a Christian. Cheers to Christian dating. Vagina whisperer. You just openly tell the guy that you know what he knows, which is, oh yeah, other women, they only want to make the guy who they might date wait. Not me, not me. In fact, I kind of want to marry you for a $7 million wedding. I'm not going to make you wait. Consent on a cocktail napkin. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk. That was the most genius shit ever assembled since shit or genius. The reason that that's so genius is the fact that you're testing them with easy pussy. This is how women test me. This is how it works. High value men at a party. We don't talk to vagina until 11:25. Why? Because that's how pro athletes network with each other. Why? We see all the women circling, okay? We see that. We don't need to talk to you. We already know what you want. This is why men will network with other men. This is how I learned it. So I'm at a all-star party. Yeah, the same year that Jeter and Jordan did a collaboration. Jeter is Derek Jeter. Jordan is Mike Jordan. So I'm at a party, and there are layers to this party. I am not in VIP, although I should be in VIP. I don't need to spend $4,000 above the $400, because $400 for a party, it's a lot. $4,000 for a party is, oh my fucking God, I wouldn't even spend $4,000 for a party, even if I had the amount of money that I had, which was a lot of money. So I'm at this all-star party in where the bourgeois losers are, which is the lower level, not VIP. I'm in a club and people are successful. I am wearing an inside-out Under Armour shirt. Why am I wearing it inside out? Because that's how billionaires dress. Because like I give a fuck who thinks I'm rich or not, I have Under Armour inside out. Plus, I think it was dirty, so I just wore the outside in, going to a posh club that is during a all-star weekend. So being underdressed, that's some Jedi shit. Have I told you that I'm a supermodel? This is some supermodel shit running some pretty genius networking protocols called, can you make that burlap bag shine? Which is why if you're a woman and you showed up without makeup, I can actually walk you through how that works. I'm wearing an inside out Under Armour shirt. This is how I understood everything about networking. This is an inflection point. The way the room was set up was the ground floor had a giant dance floor. In the upstairs, you could scope out who the hot girls were dancing, and then you could pull them up. You can pull them up. So the upstairs was a horseshoe, and then the downstairs was a pit. So that way you could be on a table and say, I want that one, or I want those three girls. So this is a $400 door charge, a $400 cover, all going towards Rich Aurelia's charity. That's not name dropping. that's a dude who plays shortstop. Have I told you I'm really, really good at shortstop? So I'm on the ground floor and the party's kind of not really getting going, but it's kind of getting going. There's a chip, a poker chip, a clay chip that gets dropped from the ceiling. So I'm like, what the fuck? So I went and picked it up. I was the only person picking it up because there weren't a ton of people. So it was like mostly dance floor empty. And is this where I say Peter Pham? Yeah, because Peter Pham, who's my mentor, he said, whoever is the first guy on the dance floor wins. I'm like, I want to win. So I was basically nearly the first on the dance floor. There's a poker chip that hits the dance floor. So I pick it up. Do you like how I mentioned Peter Pham? It's to hammer home that I'm rich. And it's to hammer home why I'm amazing, because I'm telling you why I'm amazing, because that's what I was doing on the dance floor. Because you look like a loser, it's embarrassing as fuck to be on the dance floor. This is how you know that I'm a winner, is because I'm okay with being embarrassed, and I'm telling you where I learned it from. Peter Pham. P-H-A-M. Peter. First on the dance floor wins. I like winning. There's another poker chip. It also says $100 Luxor, no cash value. I'm like, I don't understand what's going on right now. I get maybe 6 or 7 collected. I'm the only person collecting these chips. So no one else is collecting chips. I look like a crazy person collecting these clay chips. I might have a handful. It was like 12. So I'm collecting these like it's a game. The party hasn't even gotten going yet. I'm not going to try to hook up with women because the party just got going. I'll fuck later, right? I'll fuck later. Meanwhile, I'm going to play this game called Collect These Useless Chips. This giant black dude goes, hey, I need to talk to you. I'm like, hi, and the fuck do you want? He's like, some guys want to meet you. You're wanted up in VIP, some guys want to meet you. I'm like, what? They're like, look, some guys want to meet you. I'm like, no, not meeting dudes in VIP. Very comfortable here with my Under Armour shirt inside out. I'm very comfortable here. He's like, okay. So then maybe 15 minutes go by and I've got a ton of chips now. The guy comes over again and he goes, look, I know this seems weird, but you're going to want to meet these guys. You're going to want to meet these guys. I'm like, what? He's like, you're going to want to meet these guys. Just trust me. And like, it's nothing weird and it's no homo, even though there's nothing wrong with that. There is something wrong with that. I go upstairs and 3 brand named baseball players, athletes, are looking at me going, there's the guy we wanted to meet. I'm like, I should be saying that to you guys. I should be saying that to you guys. Fuck you, you want to meet me. They're like, you're the only person collecting money. I'm like, what are you talking about? He goes, those chips, that's $100. If you go to Luxor and gamble it, they're going to give you whatever money you win. You can't use it for cash value, but you can gamble it. So if you bet all those chips and you get blackjack, that's $6,000. I'm like, fuck you, free money. Like, I'm going back downstairs because this is just a fever dream. And they're like, no. You have to hang out with us. I'm like, you 3, like, I'm getting punked right now. I'm leaving. They're like, ha 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 ha. Now you have to stay. So I get the most brand name athletes pulling on me going, please don't leave, please. Everyone in the room, which were all women, because in VIP it was maybe 28 dudes, 500 women. That was the ratio. These guys are begging me to stay. I'm like, okay, I'll stay. But like, no gay shit, okay? Seriously, no gay shit. They're like, oh my God, you're hilarious. Who are you? I'm like, who am I? I'm nobody. I'm a guy who's I'm practicing fielding ground balls, okay, at your fucking all-star game while I'm scrumming. I'm battling nobody because I'm the only guy picking up these chips. They go, why were you the only one? Why are you the only one? I'm like, I don't know. They're like, do you want more? I'm like, fuck you, want more. Like, seriously, I'm not a homo. Stop throwing me another $6,000 because like it's starting to rub me the wrong way. And they're like, did you just say rub you the wrong way? Women are coming up to me going, I want to know you. And I did something that I didn't know was genius, where I'm like, hold on, hold on, hold on. The adults are talking right now. And these three guys, they understood that I understood about what it was like to know the difference between pussy magnet and vagina whisperer. Now, ladies, enter you. Enter you. What you're doing is you're being not a dick whisperer. You're being a billionaire whisperer. Let me repeat that. See, you don't know the difference between dick whispering and billionaire whispering because no billionaire became a billionaire by not having delayed gratification. That's what I aced because it was embarrassing for me, but I went from 0 drinks to also 0 drinks, but being more drunk than them because I was wearing inside out Under Armour that they get for free. They were wearing really nice clothes. Like their shirt alone was like $800 that they also got for free. But the reason I was able to go from Crasher to VIP was because I told hot women that wanted to fuck me, hold on a second, the men are talking. When you wire your vagina to not have scarcity, when you wire your vagina to be intelligent, when you wire your vagina to have Larry Chang intelligence flowing inside of you, coming up from your pelvic floor into your cerebral cortex, activating the limbic nodes, going right into your pituitary gland so that way you can have a sapiosexual orgasm. That's what you're doing by meeting the vagina whisperer. Stop calling me a pussy magnet. Because the way that your vagina is wired, the wiring's messed up. The way that your vagina is wired is wired for failure. This is what the internet taught everybody, is that women, when they view a guy, hey, I kind of want to marry this guy, and then you don't pull the goalie, you eliminate the goal, where you throw the vagina away, and you think that that's somehow going to work. You see, here's the thing that also you don't know, is that I've actually kind of wanted to marry 1.5 of my fuck buddies. I know. One of them just got rich because she was blonde and had big boobs. And I'm like, note to self, that was a close one. No more, not only marrying or thinking about marrying a fuck buddy, no more of those mistakes. True story, look her up, Casey Cross. Vagina wiring. By wiring your vagina to let the 3 commas come in. You need to visualize future wealth that that person who is wealthy does not have yet. Therefore, asking an empowering question, which is, let's say we enter into a perfect matrimonial bliss. Words that I can't believe I'm even saying. You're fucking welcome for the best video you've ever come across. What does that relationship look like from a where do we live perspective? Are we doing 2 cities, Puerto Rico and Silicon Valley? Walk me through what you thought. If they don't even have Puerto Rico or Malta or US Virgin Islands or British Virgin Islands or at least Miami, Texas, while working in Silicon Valley, you're talking to somebody who's fucking poor. You're talking to somebody who's fucking poor. You're talking to somebody who's fucking poor. So what vagina wiring is I don't understand why I'm the only person who even asks the question, which is it true that vagina and the associated organs near it, the ovaries? Maybe you're not familiar with a form of ovaries being not healthy, which is going to make a geriatric pregnancy more dangerous, which is early stages of endometriosis. So when the ovarian lining grows outside of the ovaries, that's not good. But why am I the only person asking questions about the chemicals that are both healthy and non-healthy? And do you think that your vagina is connected to your brainstem? Or are you realizing that I'm both retarded and genius at the same time? What you label to be multiple personality disorder or schizophrenia is just a person who is a man identifying to be a man who said, oh my God, I should identify as a woman who then identifies as a man in order to turn around LGBTQ, TT plus, right? Or you don't get it. You do now, which is chakra 6 connected to chakra 1. Clip it. Maybe you don't think the chakras are connected. Maybe you don't know what a chakra is. Maybe you think that chakra is toxic feminist language. But then you don't realize that we men, we have chakra too. Would you like a country song? Would you like a country song? I got chakra 2. I've got a chakra 6. I've got a chakra 7. A lot of women don't have chakra 1. A lot of women have chakra 0. A lot of women have chakra 0. That's a pretty good song. Get in the studio. I like the hook. The hook is chakra 0. I used to have chakras. I'm going to go to bed tonight and I will write the chakra song and it'll be genius. Why? Because I have wired my vagina to be a all-potent flower, because that's all my penis is. It's an inside-out vagina that's 34 inches long with a 32-inch waist girth. You go to bed? Yeah, I sleep actually pretty well. What we're talking about is chemical. The reason you're not understanding a thing is you're being a beta male, because the name of this room is called How to Marry a Rich Guy as a 22-year-old to 27-year-old female. The reason you don't understand any of this is the fact that you're underwater with debt, and you don't want women to marry a rich guy because you're underwater. Because if you had $2 million, you'd be like, why is Larry telling everybody how to screw us over? Because this is deadly awesome advice, which is because this is an automatic way to slam dunk how to marry a rich guy. So number one bingo is, hey, you said something really interesting. You said something really interesting. And then you don't even ask to take notes. You just whip out a little notebook. And then the guy will be like, what the fuck's going on? Are you a reporter? Reporter? No. No, Larry. No, Larry, I'm a chemistry researcher. I have $500,000 in debt because I went to Yale, but I'm currently working at a $35,000 job. I'm not impressed. I just like to learn. I'm just a learner. You have really good thoughts. Do you mind that I write them down? He will have orgasmed. That's how to get a guy to orgasm. That's how to get a guy to orgasm. Is you don't say, oh, I've been with 13 dudes, 4 were black. That doesn't, like, I've had girls tell me that after they're like, oh my God, you're not gay. Because that's what they also say when you won't fuck them right away is, what, are you gay? And then it's like, flag all the way up the pole. You could have clipped that for if you want to say, Larry's a, what's that Buddhist thing that uses the swastika? What's that Buddhist? Some kind of religion. I didn't know that Nazis stole that symbol from someone else. There is nothing new in this universe except for my content. When you sound like a beta male, I think I got it, bro, but this guy's got schizophrenia. As soon as you accuse that, that means that you're telling me that you're immediately in a 4K projection on drugs for your brain. Or else you would never use that word. I don't mean this as hate. You don't mean it as hate. You're connecting with it because you have you have chemicals in your brain that your brain doesn't want because you orally swallowed it. I joined 5 minutes ago. I still don't understand a single thing yet. LOL. When you put the LOL at the end, already pinned it. When you put the LOL at the end, yeah. You're doing the thing where you put the LOL at the end because it's not LOL. This is not financial advice. This is not medical advice, which is maybe you should go off the chemicals for your depression. There you go. There you go. Every word is just a generalization of a stereotype. It's good to use certain words to paint a picture. There you go. So the morsel of knowledge that we're walking away with, man or woman, is this. How do you handle delayed gratification? Also, you know those purses that have a labubu? I hate how I even have these words just percolating right to the front. This is your new Labubu. You're fucking welcome. Women, you're about to get rich. You're fucking welcome. You're fucking welcome. Thank you. So what we're doing is a Labubu. Ladies, you should be getting me a $3,000 gift card every month because you're about to hit 9 figures. This is your new Labubu. So I first saw a Labubu, I want to say when I first saw a Labubu. So I take this Labubu and I literally make $250,000 with the Labubu. She is having an orgasm while watching me take her Labubu. What's a Labubu? A Labubu is like an $800 stuffed animal that you slap onto a purse. It's a Labubu. I DJ'd Labubu energy, not even thinking I was touching her vagina. So when you talk about the fact that you're trying to use psychology, I'm going to ask you, no, don't delete it. Who's deleting that? No, 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 no. Oh my God, you missed it. No, 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 you want to, oh, you missed it. You missed it. You missed it. You can't, I took your moderator badge away because the thing that they said was actually insightful. That's okay. That's okay. This is the genius of this video. This is the genius of this video. Yeah, I'm glad you read it. This is what's going to be amazing about it. So by trying to take people that are heterosexual and slamming them into the closet because you're saying that not homosexual behavior is homosexual behavior, this is the whole LGBTQ TT community lying about inception by throwing Hail Marys into heterosexual content. Remember, this room, this focus, this live feed is for women to marry rich men. And when LGBT has entered the chat of, hey, I would like to enter the chat by saying, I think that the speaker has a homosexual orientation. Not that there's anything wrong with it. But here's where the wrong component is, because there was something wrong with it, which was why can't you address the issue, which is what we're talking about with bingo phrases? It's genius. It's genius. 1. By talking about heterosexual sex, there is no safe space for heterosexuals. Therefore, if you're a woman trying to marry a person who's a millionaire, obviously you're not going to try to marry another woman because that woman is a man, because by definition of being a millionaire. Now you're going to need to realize that heterosexual men don't have a safe space even on a heterosexual date. Look at these comments, right? Look at these comments. So look at what happened when certain men who have low impulse control, which are a lot of us in the LGBTQ TT community, is no impulse control, no delayed gratification. Why? Because our chakra 6 and 7 are a black hole, causing our brain to spill over and lose spinal fluid where our pelvic floor, that's not the floor. Our floor is hell. Why? Because there is no floor. It just keeps getting worse. There is no bottom. There is no rock bottom. That's why you'll discover a rock bottom at a lower bottom. So when you're a female who's older than 22, younger than 28 on a date with somebody who is older than 24, younger than 33, creating a safe space for heterosexuals, creating a safe space for heterosexuals, creating a safe space for heterosexuals is not assumed. This is why we also show up at the date 15 minutes early. Because by default, people's brains are frazzled. Look at the side chat, look at the people that don't want you to benefit. And there you go. There you go. You think as a goblin, you think, or Captain Savaho, you're thinking that women who are under 26 years old do not have the capacity to vote. Does that mean that you're against the 19th Amendment? I hate how my brain works. I've never said 19th Amendment. Are you against women voting? Are you against women voting? And you can try to say that a person who understands vagina this well has to be homosexual. You can say that. But when you're saying that, you're conveying to me that you're actually heterosexual, you're not gay. Do you see how you're doing a 4K projection? Because you're thinking that you're so heterosexual that I'm homosexual. Does that make sense to you? It'll make sense to you later. Enjoy your time out. It'll make sense to you later. What the fuck? Leave Larry alone. No, you want the energy. The reason you want the energy is it's not bullying. It's not male horseplay. It's when you're given the amplification, when you're given a platform, you reveal who you are. And so thank you for your defense. All you want to do is moderate your own brain. You don't want to delete other people, which is the 19th Amendment. Thank you for telling me that you don't believe. I believe that women should vote. I think that women who are over 18 should be allowed to vote. I'm only going to let the women who are over 22 and younger than 23 vote on you know what. Jolene12 has entered the chat. It's kind of some craziness, right? Let's try to make the craziness less crazy and more succinct so we can get on with our day and get better. So when people say that a salute happened, what they also don't understand is the book burning. So the books that were burning, the propaganda states that German people were just burning random books. German people weren't burning random books. Those book burnings in the yard was because the 2020s, the 1920s, the 1820s, the 1720s, the 1620s, and probably the 2120s, I'll let you know because I'm going to be the only guy that makes it there, is the book burning was to burn materials that were transsexual and homosexual. Look at how many books, look at how many deleted messages were homosexual slander. Look at how many, or negative homosexual things. Because that's why those books got burned. Ditto the deleted texts. And remember, on YouTube with Gemini 3, nothing is ever deleted because everything you write is in ink. You're welcome for today being day number 52. Is this the best video you've ever come across? It is. Why? Because today is day 52 of hashtag 55 days of Gemini 3 at SF Super Bowl. After a quick pelvic floor release, we're going to get into more good, delicious content. Pelvic floor, release the urine! Women are going to financially benefit from this video. Why? Because this is how to marry a multi-millionaire as a woman. This video up until now has been probably some of the most insightful, common sense thinking that will benefit 5 women at least to maybe 20 some women. Why? Because you're meeting Larry Chang. Hi, I'm Larry Chang. My channel's on what they don't teach you in school. I'm batting 1,000 when it comes to blonde billionaires who become boss babes and self-make their own money. The reason for this is because I'm really, really good with business models. In the same way that you can't figure out how my channel's getting monetized, that's also how you can't figure out how I know so much about vagina. This guy must be gay. Or how I understand so much about women's thinking. This guy must be a lesbian. Think of my gender as fluid, going from an LGBTQ TT plus. Because what this LGBT alphabet movement needs is a competent heterosexual to take over leadership. Because feminism in females, what that movement needed was Dave Chappelle or Larry Chang, a strong male leader. Am I a strong enough male leader for you? Because here's your benefit, is you can date a really rich guy who is 25 to 32 when you're 22 to 27. This is how to do that. Interrogation. What do you do for work? That's a low quality question. You seem really successful. Tell me what mentors you've had. Clip. That is all the value, because when you ask an empowering question, you're transferring power, but that power transfer, it costs you no money. This is why I let everybody talk as much as they want, because the platform I give you will be enough rope for you to hang yourself because of wild accusations of being ginormously open, which is, I caught you having bad time preference. I caught you with delayed gratification miswiring. You solve those two things, time preference and delayed gratification. And here's the truth that feminists don't want you to know. If you can solve that, plus your vagina chemical not getting routed properly, you can marry anybody even though you're obese. You can marry anybody rich even though you're inflammationed with polycystic ovarian syndrome or the early stages of it. I don't want to know why I know these things. I just hear something one time and then my brain just percolates it into a perfect cocktail. Have you met Bradley Cooper's real life character, Limitless? Because I have a book study that's $0. It's called Jim Quick, Do You Want to Be My Study Buddy? Limitless, page 62. Limitless, page 67. You see, those 2 pages help you ask better questions. You see, ladies, I've been on dates with you, and the poor girls who don't get any action, they're asking kind of crappy questions, which is, do you know that there's some slander written about you on Quora? That's not an IQ test. That's a reading test. That's not a reading test. That's an EQ test. That's not a due diligence. I hate my brain. It's so perfect. Due diligence. The way that you do due diligence, perfect word by the way, good job Larry, is the way that you ask your own brain questions, which is, oh my God, this guy's awesome. Why is he single? That's a bad question. What you should be asking is, what kind of person am I going to be when Larry makes me an automatic millionaire? What kind of person am I going to be? Am I going to be a worse version of myself? Because if you are a worse version of yourself, I'm probably not even going to put it inside of you. Remember, I don't want to date you. What you're doing with time preference, what you're doing with delayed gratification, what you're doing with vagina chemicals is you're taking 3 things that normally would hurt you, along with women being secretly and overtly hating you. Because if you don't think that women who are older than 8 years older than you hate you and are trying to ruin you, you haven't read Sheryl Sandberg's book, Lean In. I hate my brain right now. It's so sexy. Oh my God, I want to have sex with Larry Chang. That does make me gay. You haters are right. I think Larry Chang's brain is super sexy. I want to fuck me. I want to fuck me. I want to fuck me. Oh, are you a narcissist? No, because I love you that I'm willing to embarrass myself here on this video saying the opposite of narcissistic things. Know that that's not gaslighting. That's you throwing a homosexual Hail Mary of, it's a gaslight narcissist, because you sound like you're retarded. Dare I say, I do dare say, pansexual neurodivergence. All these words are coming to form a perfect cocktail. They form a perfect cocktail, why? Because we're switching out. We're switching out from the bumblebee because we already have been best friends. Hashtag LABCS 1469. Turning around Bumble. Do we just become Bumble best friends? LinkedIn, it's my dating app. I'm not going to post the link on down below because that video is hilarious. Because I see you on my LinkedIn. LinkedIn is my dating app. LinkedIn is my dating app. We've switched to Hubert the Harris, the BMO Bank Lion. Hubert. He's cute as fuck. Me. If you want to get inside my 17 pairs of underwear, that double as a chastity belt, you're going to have to work for it. This is how you're going to work for it, which is Hubert the Lion. You're going to have to lie to me and tell me that I'm cute and little, because I hate being tall and hot and striking. I hate that. Like, I've heard that my entire life. I really want to be cute. And yeah, sometimes when I talk, I just sound hot and genius and alpha. But that's just a protection mechanism. I can't even say it. That's just a protection mechanism, because deep down, I just want to be little and cute. I just want to be little and cute. "4K projection, you're really attracted to me." And that's just weird, because dudes should not be attracted to other dudes. But you're a woman pretending to be a man calling me gay. You're a woman pretending to be a man pretending to be gay. How gay are you? That would be very gay and happy. Thank you. Thank you. Very gay and very happy. Which is this. Delayed gratification, which is this. Time preference, which is this. Rent seeking, which is also this. Which is, can you be cute in a way that's charming? Page 67, which is, will you be kind of cute, lying to me that I'm cute, asking an empowering question? You know those annoying happy couples that are super cutesy and they say Korean shit like this to each other? "Pabo 아냐? Pabo no. 보고 싶어. 보고 싶다." I hate how I have Sarah Park, Lisa Kim right on the tip of my tongue. I hate that. I hate that. Never wish Harvard, not Harvard, Stanford. I'm only talking to Stanford right now. This is why you don't want to have sex with a person who went to Stanford as a Stanford grad, is because you're 6 kids. Because remember, it's how to marry a rich guy. Your 6 kids are all going to be super smart. That's not going to be a good thing. It's actually a nightmare. Look at me. Look at me. I'm genius and I'm a disaster. Time preference, how to marry a multi-millionaire as a woman 22 years old to 28 years old. You want to shoot a shot as if the shot clock isn't running down. Because if you continue on the path that you are, you're going to be making last second shots. You don't get to practice last second shots. That's why everyone's last second shot looks like a dumpster fire. Have you seen TikTok for women that are over the cliff? When women hit the cliff, where women hit the wall, it's like a quarterback delivering a ball down the field as they're getting struck. Quarterbacks, at least, do I quarterback enough for you? Do I quarterback enough for you? Ambidextrously. I think I'm doing it right. Quarterbacks train. What training have women gone through? It turns out the answer is 0 training. This is why this school for women is being run by a man, because schools for women run by women are run by a person who's trying to destroy you via a psychological operation. Think of it as chemical estrogen removal or social toxicity of, why do women hate other women?
Why do other women who hate other women just because the other woman's got 80 more eggs than them? Like, that makes no sense. But it does make a lot of sense why girl bosses hate women who are 80 eggs, who have 80 more eggs. Just imagine everybody walking around with their eggs and all of the people who have fewer eggs than you hate you. That's the wiring. I don't want to know why I know this. And if you think I'm not right with this, feel free to give me some data. It looks like I'm looking at about 35,000 years of biology, which is, this is a school for women. This is a school for women. This is a school for women run by a man. Is this going to be an ongoing school, Larry? No, this is one and done. I never want to. I'm going to probably watch this video and take notes. Why? Because I'm in another realm right now, because all the information has been just percolating forward in a perfect elixir of just in time sexual dynamic, Nash equilibrium, women dating men in order to survive this coming financial apocalypse. Because socialism at the top, socialism at the bottom, the middle class is screwed. Have you seen that Uber and Instacart and Lyft actually have attractive female drivers that are 25 plus or minus 3? That's because the OnlyFans market, it's been dried up. I know. I wish I didn't know. This is how you can benefit time preference. This is how you can benefit rent seeking. This is how you can benefit delayed gratification, which is, you want to make your date with a guy be the best date ever. You're going to need to do some service work. You're going to need to service his brain. You're going to need to service his damaged ego. And you're going to have to service the risk mitigating portion of his brain that says, I could lose my job by going on this date. How does he lose his job going on a date? Because, do you know who Trevor Bauer is? Do you know who Trevor Bauer is? He lost his job going on a date. If you're on a date with a guy who's not worried about losing his job, he may not have a job, in which case you just found that out. Because if the guy doesn't have risk avoiding behavior, he doesn't have at least 20 mil. Because once you get the money, a mil or two, you'll lose all of it because you're under 25 and you're an idiot. In fact, a person who says he has money and has never lost his first money, they're lying to you about the fact that they even have money. You're welcome. That's page 64 of Limitless. You're welcome. I'm explaining to you everything about how money works with intersexual dynamics. Maybe you don't like my cowboy hat. Maybe you think I'm under 6'4". Maybe you don't think that I'm good at sports. But it's just your brain rejecting a truth, which is, this is a PhD thesis in gender studies. Where's my PhD? Where's my PhD? Because this isn't just a PhD thesis. This is me defending it. This video is recorded in front of live comments. I've addressed every comment that's been written. Do you know how hard that is? Do you know how hard that is? Do you know how hard that is? Even the non sequitur ones. Why do I even address the non sequitur comments? Why I don't want comments deleted? Because when you say something, when you can say anything, you're revealing who you are, even if you're trying to make shit up, because of NLP, neuro-linguistic programming. This is why I'm using CCRM, cunt crowd reading, and management. I'm pretty proud of myself. Those are jokes. But like all the jokes that I've been telling, they're 100.0% accurate, unless they're only 98% accurate in case of a lawsuit. But the prenup, that's real. Let's delve into that because that's all of your benefit. Your wife should give birth to a black baby because you're 3/4 black. You just have really light skin because you yourself are a bastard. Where's your dad? There you go. Booyah. Owning you. Owning the trolls. Owning the trolls. Come on, that's funny. It's funny and it's accurate. You really are 3/4 black between the ears. Larry, am I your first black friend? What about Mike? Yeah, besides Jordan, am I your first black friend? No! Why does every black person think that they're my first black friend? Like, what about Mike? What about Mike? He doesn't count. He doesn't count because he's not black. He doesn't count because he's Mike Jordan. You know what I mean? No, I don't know what you mean. Because you asked a stupid question. That's what we don't want to do, ladies, is we don't want to get so turned around by standing next to greatness, Larry Chang, that we start asking like silliness. That's chapter 4 of Limitless. Okay. Prenuptial, memorizing shit. First of all, when you say, oh my God, Larry, you look like you have a lot of testosterone. Ladies, you have a problem. You're not sleeping very well. Stop listening to Larry Chang videos as you fall asleep. That doesn't make you fall asleep. That makes you have orgasms that you don't know about. That's not good. While you're sleeping, don't multitask. While you're sleeping, just sleep. When you sleep with my videos, because YouTube tells me, hey, there are 15 females currently flogging their dolphin listening to Larry Chang. Is this a new way for Larry Chang videos to get recommended to you and automatically play before you fall asleep? I can't even say this contractual thing. My brain wants to get rid of negativity. Prenup. So prenups actually are not enforceable if you help the man make $400 million. You get 200. That's how the math works. Maybe you don't know that 400 divided by 2 is 200. If you're trying to make 500 million because he has 100 million, ladies, you're a retard. This is actually why women can't do math, which is I'll say something like, oh, 9. And they'll be like, oh, so you graduated college 4 years ago? What? What? This is what happens when women get nervous. Ladies, do you ever talk to a guy and he's super nervous and he doesn't make any sense and you're like, he's nervous, and then your vagina dies a little bit because you want a guy like Larry Chang who is so heterosexual that when he says no to you, you're going to be like, what are you, gay? When you're sleeping, you're not sleeping. That's a problem. This is why you should not be falling asleep to Larry Chang videos as you realize that this is your porn. This is not porn, this is class. And when you juxtapose class with porn, you understand why I'm the vagina whisperer, because if this weren't a version of your porn, which is not success porn, but future porn, because you see this as porn, but it's actually class. Do you know how hard it is to do 5-dimensional class? You see, class for women, run by women, is 2-dimensional checkers. This class is good now because you laughed. This class is good on a second watch. This class is good even if you DJ away, because every other piece of content is going to pale in comparison like a sad micro penis compared to my perfect penis that is definitely not too big. It's definitely not too big. Don't worry about me being 6'5". It's not too big. Plus, it doesn't have to go all the way in. Kind of like what I'm talking about. My brain doesn't have to go all the way into your brain, but it's got you curious. It's got you curious. This is where you should do the first thing to rewire your vagina is get your two Susio fingers from out between your legs. Pull them out. Don't smell them. Don't lick them. Don't you dare suck your fingers. And don't stick your fingers towards the screen. Use your fingers to grab a pen. You're about to rewire your vagina a second time. Seriously, seriously, seriously. Stop with what your fingers are doing, okay? Even though I consent for you to do that. But I also consent for you to get a pen. Here's your pen. And I'm not saying my penis is your pen. I mean a writing instrument. The way that you're going to route chemical energy, your vagina is putting out chemicals everywhere right now. You're in a heightened state. Your Kegel muscles, your pelvic floor, your spinal fluid is forming a torus field that is making you glow. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna realize that I successfully gave you blue balls while you have no balls and you're blue. So I gave you blue balls. You're going to benefit from the first blue ball you've ever had. That's why this is both porn for your brain and porn for your networking ability, because it's got no porn. It's porn with no porn. Have you ever had a cauliflower steak sandwich? Cauliflower steak. It barely has cauliflower by the time I'm done caramelizing it. Cauliflower steak? Why am I paying $42 for a vegetable that costs $7? Well, 3/7 of $7, $3. Have you ever ordered a cauliflower steak? It doesn't have any steak in it. It's just a wedge of cauliflower, perfectly congealed, baked at pressure, caramelized. I didn't even know that you could caramelize cauliflower. Did you know that? Ladies, one lady, will you hold on a second? This cauliflower steak is so amazing. I'm gonna go ask Chef how he made it. By going to the back of the restaurant, because remember, date number one for guys like me, it's gonna cost me $250. We're not even drinking. That's what happens when you order 2 dozen oysters and a cauliflower steak. The fucking mozzarella sticks were fucking $35. Who goes on date number one and spends almost $300 with no liquor? Cauliflower steak is basically porn with no porn. It's like food porn, where you take pictures of the food. That's food porn. this isn't food porn. It's third-party food porn. Because no guy wants to take you on an almost $300 date. Now you're gonna have to be sitting at home, okay? Sitting at home, strumming the cobwebs from out of your uterus, saying, oh my gosh, that food porn, it looks amazing. I wanna get me some of that. This is how to go from brain no time, brain space time, time space space time, chapter 11. Joe Dispenza, you've been thinking about spending $9,000 to go to a Joe Dispenza workshop. Do you see why you should be able to make $700 on this video? Swapping out, swapping out, swapping out, swapping out. This is what we're gonna do because this video is gonna be the most valuable video that you've ever come across. That is this. A mask, that's your face with no makeup or makeup on, you pick. A starfish and my grapefruit. I got it from Whole Foods. While I was picking out the grapefruit, I was selling a grapefruit to the person who sells grapefruit. Do you see why that sounds ludicrous? But it's genius in a way that you don't understand. Because me buying a grapefruit from Whole Foods while selling a grapefruit to the person who's selling me a grapefruit is me selling you on the fact that you should have gotten this knowledge from your mom. But I'm selling you on the fact that I'm your mom. It's not a blood orange, it's a grapefruit. So what you're gonna do now is you're gonna set an intention by turning off your other screen. You're gonna stop subscribing to like other people's YouTube live while watching 2 live streams. What's wrong with you? Are you broken? That's cool, you are. What we're gonna do is we're going to do a seated meditation. I'm going to guide you through and turn this video into hundreds of thousands of dollars for me. And if you don't want me to make hundreds of thousands of dollars doing this, you're gonna lose, because this is the first date that you've been on where you're trying to make the person more money. And if you're a beta male watching this, you're acting like a woman with no vagina. You're acting like a woman with no vagina. Is my starfish upside down? That's what she said. That's what she said. That's what she said. She might be a he, it doesn't matter. Are you cheering for me to make $200,000 with this video? Are you? Because when your gut says, I want him to fail, that's how most women are when it comes to going on a first date, is you're saying, I want him to fail. He wants sex. He wants someone fun to talk to. I'm gonna try to make this date miserable for him. I know, I'm the vagina whisperer. This is your grapefruit. Yes, I'm doing this fully sober. Would you like some water in a glass with a copper straw? Notice your reaction when I said, the stated intention, because I was going to state the intention of you benefit. Why won't you benefit? Because when you go on a date with a multi millionaire, you're going to be in your feelings, because if you don't nail this landing, you're going to be old, alone, and poor. I'm showing you how to stick the landing. I'm watching how there's actually very few women that this video is meant for, which is older than 22, younger than 28. Because the women that are watching this with the most amount of money to lose are women that are imminently not going to be in a geriatric pregnancy. So, women who are trying to throw a Hail Mary for a geriatric pregnancy, I've got a statement for you, which is, I'm going to eat this grapefruit slowly, not sexually. That's why I have Larry the Starfish. I don't want you flicking your bean to me eating a grapefruit. Because what I'm going to do before I eat my grapefruit is ask you a question. When I said I wanted to make $520,000, yeah, I know, it just got more swollen. It started at 200. You see, I want to make $580,000 from this video. Are you cheering for me to do so? Or are you saying, fuck that guy? And not fuck that guy like you want to fuck that guy. You're saying fuck that guy like fuck you, that guy. You keep on saying fuck me. I consent to you wanting to have sex with me. I consent to that. But what I also am making you aware is that your vagina is like your brain, which is it's a filthy liar. And it's not lying to other people, it's lying internally. Chapter 43, Busy Gold. Chapter 33. My God, everything in the world just percolates. Busy Gold. Bizzie, gold. Gold. You're in the wrong franchise. Brokeback Mountain is the prequel. It's Unbroken River. That's the sequel. Oh my God. My God. Don't you dare delete it. I'm screenshotting that. Don't you dare delete it. Don't you dare delete it. Thank you. Screenshot. Unbroken River. That's the sequel to Brokeback Mountain. Do you see how you cheering for me to make $200,000? I just made $200,000. I'm going to sell that script called I'm going to sell that script. Cowboy, 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 you're just jumping in perfectly. I want to help Larry Chang make $200,000 selling a script called The Unbroken River. Where's the Unbroken River? Oh, it's right above Brokeback Mountain. I'm going to be reprising the Heath Ledger role. You see, I pray away Jake Gyllenhaal's gayness. I pray his gayness away, and then now it's a river. Oh my God. Oh my God. And I'm going to be reprising the Heath Ledger role. Thank you for the money. Thank you for the money. Thank you for telling me that this is the most genius content you've ever come up with, that you've ever come across. Because you're saying you're a loser. Screenshot. Screenshot. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. When you think that I don't have a job because I'm making literally right in front of your face over $500,000 with this video, you're telling me that you don't have a job. How do you not see the money? How do you not see the money? I'm making it. This is why I do Dinner First Coach. During this grapefruit, what are we doing? We're reacting to, oh my God, Larry's actually going to make over $250,000 before this video ends, while he's showing us how the money gets brought in. Dinner First Coach. This is how you date a man with money, is you say, we don't need money to make money. And once you have that as a dating thesis, he's gonna wanna do anything for you because you're stealing Larry Chang's IP, my intellectual property. Why? Because he has a mentor. His mentor is 85 to 90% what I used to be 4 years ago in 09. That's when you know a girl is super jealous while being nervous, is she can't even do arithmetic. And when I say 09, she'll be like, oh, so college was 4 years ago? What? What? It's because she can't process the fact that I'm not 27. She'll be like, your penis feels like it's 27. What? That doesn't even, what are you talking about? The porn of food porn. Food porn is where you take pictures on a date. It's so good. It tastes like medicine. Let me guess. Let me guess, ladies. You've eaten 0 pieces of fresh fruit. Bananas don't count. You're a banana. You're a banana. Your banana doesn't count. Your banana doesn't count. How many pieces of fruit have you eaten? Bananas don't count. Sucking on me and my banana, that also doesn't count. Actually, you know what? That does count. There is some nutritional value to that. When you don't eat fruit, your gastrointestinal tract is screwed. Your gastrointestinal tract, your stomach, that's your second brain. Chapter 4, Joe Dispenza. I hate wiring my brain into retarded women. And when your IQ's low enough where in a chess competition, women need to play chess by themselves, you're retarded. Like if chess needs men's and women's, women are just acknowledging what's your ELO score, Larry? My ELO score is, I know the difference between 5D chess and 3D chess and what women play, which is not even 2D checkers. 09. What was that, 4 years ago? What? If I say I was at Stanford in 09, you think that's 4 years ago? That's how you know all the blood has rushed and she's got anxiety. Not like real anxiety, but the anxiety from I suck, therefore I'm anxious. It's not that you're anxious, it's that your mouth breathing. This grapefruit is delicious. Ladies, will you cheer me on as I make over $250,000 right in your face? Or are you going to be that person that says, oh, but that basket wasn't at 10 feet. That's why you're dunking. Or, oh, you're dunking. How many years ago was that? See, when women say that, they don't think that I can't dunk. Women are saying that by saying, when women say that, this is what they're really saying. They're really saying, other women are going to pop a lady boner. I don't want other women to be attracted to you. Therefore, I'm going to lie to you and say, oh, what are you making up for? Like, do you have a small penis? Like, well, how does my blah blah blah, like my brain even breaks regurgitating how retarded that is. I'm still waiting. Why do men have to play chess against other men if women are just as smart as men? And I'm not saying that women aren't smart. I'm just saying right now women are retarded. You're retarded because last year you read 0 books. I'm talking nonfiction business books. I'm not talking about books like Morning Glory, Milking Farm. The AI on this video is going to be amazing. American intelligence. Because I'm pulling stuff right out of my asshole. Oh, is that brain number 4? Pulling stuff out of your ass? Right by my thoracic bone. You see, there's this field you don't see. Let me explain it to you. Gravity, it has a field. An apple core, it looks like a gravitational field. An apple core? Oh, an apple core. A grapefruit core. Torsion core. Torsion. From chakra 7 to chakra 1, there's this field. It looks like this. Let me balance off the field. This is what the field looks like. This is me making untold millions by using a grapefruit. Because someone's going to say, this motherfucker's not joking. Don't think of this as me understanding your vagina better than your gynecologist, because visit your local gynecologist. I'm just saying that pap smear tests aren't what they're cracked up to be. Ditto mammograms. I hate that I know all this stuff. I hate myself. Torsion field. Torsion field. Torsion field. By realizing that energy is circular, allows our pelvic floor and our Kegel muscles to pull spinal fluid up to our brain. This is an example of it because I've been pulling words out of my ass that when you put it to AI, it's going to determine that Larry Chang is the smartest person on the planet while making money right in front of you. Why? Because the torsion field is not a Larry Chang vortex. It's a Larry Chang torsion field. You see, some people use the word vortex because women, they get ensnared in the Riz and then they'll like, I'll do anything. And then that's also why I bat 1,000 when it comes to blonde billionaires with big boobs. Lisa Falzone, Caroline Rodriguez, Shelby Sapp, Whitney Wolf, Anna, I forget her last name, Casey Cross, etc., Sarah Blakely, etc. I want to say Anna Khan, but that's Stanford Women in Business. It's Anna, the blonde billionaire with big boobs. By having a Larry Chang vortex, it's not a vortex, it's a torsion field. Torsion. The torsion field lives in all of us. We can pull stuff out of our ass too, but later. Initially, we want to just pick up the money because you're going to try to catching up to me via this video. I've proven it to be impossible because I have 5 brains. Brain 1, my brain. Brain 2, my stomach. Chapter 4, Chapter 5, Chapter 7, Joe Dispenza. And then that's becoming supernatural. And then breaking the habit of being yourself. Chapters 1 through 5, the signs of you. Chapter 6, 7, and 8, your brain on meditation. That's the chapters that I'm talking about in breaking the habit of being you, is this has been a meditation. You view this as a schizophrenic episode because you don't know what drug-free production looks like, which is, this is your brain on meditation. Think of this not as a fever dream. Think of this as not even a lucid dream. Think of this as just a cocktail spun up, not of alcohol, but of perfect information doled to you in front of you for your need. Do you see why this is 200 grand? Because you don't see it as 200 grand because you owe $14,000. Me, I am on the base camp for a Mars jump. You thought I was gonna say base camp for Everest. Oh, boring and stupid and boring. Like it's boring and stupid popping a selfie on Mount Everest. Yawn. Plus, guys like me die when some Sherpa who's getting paid 80K a year is like, oh, I kind of hate all these rich billionaires. I'm going to kill a few of them, right? That's what happens. That's how rich guys like us die. Ditto scuba. We're relying our entire life on a dude who's like doesn't make 100 grand. Don't even get me started on helicopter rides in Hawaii. Don't even get me started on that. No, I really don't want a helicopter ride, okay? I don't want a helicopter ride. Why? Because guys like me die on helicopters. And this is where guys like Travis Kalanick, his mother died in a boating accident. That's why I'm not like, hey, mom, dad, I'm rich. You want to come on my boat? God bless Bonnie Kalanick, Travis's mom, died in a boating accident. That's why I don't want you to talk about base camp for Everest. What we're talking about in this torsion field is not can you pull shit out of your ass. You're not at my level yet. Don't pull shit out of your ass. Brain 3 is my small head. Brain 4 is pulling shit out of my ass. Brain 5 is AI, AGI, which is American intelligence, American guy intelligence. AI, AGI. Playa gonna play. So when people say meds, Larry, take them, that's because your entire family is hooked on medication. It's a 4K projection because I don't have any meds, and you wanting to chemically castrate me reminds me to remind you, maybe that's how you lost your balls, is that someone gave you ADD medication. Are you on ADD medication right now? I'm not saying don't take them. I'm just saying you're busted. Who convinced you to take ADD medication? Plus, who takes ADD medication while simultaneously being 7 years shy of a 4-year degree? Plus, what are you doing in a room that's meant to help women marry a millionaire? You don't know where you are. You don't know where you are. You don't know why you're on medication. Tell me I'm wrong. If you're a man here, this is something that's going to benefit you and women. Let's read the book Limitless. I know you're impressed by me. I know this is your first video. I don't want you to subscribe. You're watching and not liking. Have I ever asked for liking or subbing? This is what I want for you, though. I want you to make 1% of the money that I make. This is the magic trick that I'm doing. This is limitless fertility. Do you see how someone said Brokeback Mountain? This is the unbroken river. What river are we talking about? It's a river of vaginal mucus. Kara Swisher, Max Levchin. I can't help it. This information just percolates and explodes onto my tongue. No, ladies, you can't explode on my tongue. Plus, I'm going to wait until my 10th year anniversary to my future wife. I am kind of dating someone right now, if anybody cares. So if I marry her, I'll perform cunnilingus during our 10th year anniversary. Delayed gratification. Delayed gratification for the win. Delayed gratification. This is your totem. Learn to eat fruit. Learn to eat fruit. I'm a piece of fruit. Eat me. A piece of grapefruit fell on my dick. I just ate it. Larry, I want to meet a rich guy. Will you introduce me to your high net worth friends? Yeah, that would be a hell's no. But I've got good news for you. You can meet them in the wild. This is what we're doing. So, I'm not going to say that you need to mitigate your roster because you're going to keep a roster. That's just the hypergamous nature of the female brain. I'm not going to get you to do things that you're not comfortable doing. I'm going to get you to be curious about things that you should be doing, that you know you should be doing, but you didn't really quite DJ enough willpower to do, which is this. There's this joke which applies to you. It's called crossing swords. Crossing swords is where two guys are simultaneously trying to put it in somewhere. And now their swords, they've crossed. The embodiment of swords crossing is between your legs because you've got DNA swords that are crossing. Your body, it keeps a score. Your vagina, it's the playground of two swords currently crossing. This is what happens with internal organs and external organs. This is the clarity of mind when it comes to CRM, which is pussy management software. Who's going to be managing your pussy? Not me. No, thank you. That would be you with your own CRM. pussy relationship management, because your vagina is putting out chemical that's causing you to be confused. This is what happens when swords cross. You've been in a relationship, non-committal, for the majority of time since COVID. That is starting to have cracks. That is starting to have chinks in the armor. Nobody can take it anymore. That's why everyone keeps wanting more. Don't. Stop. Don't. I can't take it anymore. Don't. Stop. These are the chinks in the armor, which is there are swords crossing because your body, it keeps the score. Remnant DNA affects childbirth from prior sexual partners. What this is a PhD thesis with defense of, is there anything that I'm saying that's inaccurate? Because all of it is accurate, positive, and actionable. Why? Because we're talking about becoming limitless vagina, limitless fucking while producing what we want in our life. Because swords crossing, are you experiencing swords crossing right now? Blink if you like when swords cross. You see, when swords cross, temporarily you benefit. This is why I don't do three-ways with two women anymore. Because when vaginas cross, something else dark happens. This is why group sex is very confusing and bad for your mental state. While I realize having sequential sex one-on-one with two men is not group sex, via this thesis, I'm showing you that swords cross because our vagina, it keeps the score. Because our body, chapter 29, our body and our vagina keeps the score. Now you may be thinking, hey, I read that book. There are only 20 chapters and your body keeps the score. Oh, no. It isn't just swords cross. I get it. It's chapter 29, which is, what if you could have one really, really good sword that didn't go into your vagina? So what's going on here is that you're in scarcity mindset as a man. First of all, this feed is for women, but you're a man and you're trying to have eggs. Like, there's nothing more beta male than dating a woman who could be your mom. I mean, no cougar shaming, no puma shaming, but why are you worried about being the side guy? This is what happens when you don't have a dad. That's what happens. Daddy issues in men exhibit themselves. Behavior exhibit number this. Because why don't you just become a millionaire and then date women who are 4 years younger than you because you're 30? You're 30, maybe you should be dating a 26-year-old. This still feels like a movie for me. It's do hard. That's actually true. I grew up fatherless. Well, obviously it's true because I'm telling you. Because what you should do is no longer be unemployed. Maybe no longer be unemployed. maybe fix your brain because you sound like a woman with daddy issues. Crossing swords, you were the sword that was crossed. Oh my God. Do you not see the humor in all that? I do, but let's not delve into what I see as funny. But you're the crossing of the swords. This is why. It's chapter 29. It's the attempt, her attempt, to try to get limitless love. But what happened during limitless love is something broke because her vagina keeps the score. Ugh. El chica es muy sucio. Crossing swords. When your body reaches a body count and it's too high of a count, it's going to cross swords even though you're monogamous. But now you have a hard time being monogamous. Why? It's because by default, swords are crossing, you don't know what's going on. You just want to not be monogamous. This is why guys like me, we don't like women that have been with umpteen number of dudes. But then, hey Larry, what's up with the double standard? You've been with 1,700 women. Why can't I be with 17 guys? That's because my body, it doesn't keep the score. I am a virgin. I am a virgin. I haven't had sex since I'm a virgin. Oh, the jokes just write themselves. Because at a certain point in time, your hymen reattaches. Is that true or not? It is not true. That's why your body keeps a score. A man body and a woman body, it keeps score differently. It keeps score differently. Let's machine gun out a bunch of bullet points. How women who are older than 23, younger than 28 can marry somebody fabulously wealthy, transferring compliments. As an exercise before a date with a lottery ticket, practice compliments. I'd be auditing and knowing you better than you know yourself. You have not paid 5 compliments to a man total in 2026. Meaning today is January 21. You have not paid 5 compliments in totality, 5 compliments total. When you are not good at complimenting, look at this feed. Look at this feed. This content is been by far some of the most genius material ever spilt on intersexual dynamics and wealth and the state of modern dating and men-women interactions. Look at how many compliments have been paid. It's just everybody in full-on analysis or crabs in a pot trying to drag other people down. Not trying to drag me down, even though sometimes being dragged down. And then trying to obfuscate the best compliment, which is, oh my God, you understand women so well, you must be a homosexual man. You must be a homosexual man. Like if you're having to put your brain in a pretzel to try to drag me down, all you're doing is exposing me who you are. This is what we want to do on a date, which is, as a woman, you want to expose to the man who you are, which is by default, you're positive. You can't pay a compliment by having it come out of your mouth so uncomfortably because you've never paid a compliment before. It's like you're throwing up. Have you ever been with a woman as a woman who couldn't pay a compliment unless it was, oh, nice shoes. Oh, I like your hair today. Like, they sing it because they're lying about it, kind of like the way that some ethnicities sing about stuff. They're lying about it. Now you understand that Biggie and Tupac got shot because they were in a non-consenting homosexual relationship. That's why those crimes weren't solved. Those weren't gang-related hits. Those were literally a jilted lover that wasn't a lover. That was somebody that your body keeps the score. That's why when you make a man an enemy, you have an enemy for life. Let me repeat that. When you make an enemy out of a woman, nothing happens because she's just an angry woman. She's angry. Maybe she'll be a housewife, but she'll probably just be old and alone. Not that I want to make any women mad. I'm just saying, but when you make an enemy out of a man, you make an enemy for life. But since this is a video for women about how to marry a man, why don't you just practice 5 compliments? This is going to be tough for you. It's also going to be tough for me. Is you're going to go into 10 videos and you're going to love all the videos. Just pay me 5 compliments on past videos. This does not help my algorithm because my algorithm, it's going to be suppressed, 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 and then boom! You can't keep a good lesbian down. You can't keep a good lesbian down because I'm telling you these things as a lesbian who's temporarily a woman with pronouns she, he, she, he. This is me doing another PhD thesis on gender reversal entrepreneurship exercises. Gender reversal entrepreneur exercises is where we practice entrepreneurship. If we're a woman, we practice it as a man. Here's an example of gender reversal entrepreneurship exercises. As a woman, you pitch the worst idea you've ever heard and you walk around pretending like your shit don't stink. You might think that I'm trolling, but I'm actually laying down some of the most genius stuff that's ever been talked about on Gemini 3. We are on Steve Chen, Chad Hurley, Susan Wojciechowski, rest in peace, website, YouTube. YouTube is owned by Alphabet, LGBTQ, TT, owned by YouTube Gemini 3. Because we could make the joke in the API connection of 2 girls, 1 cup of knowledge. Because we don't need 2 girls and 1 cup of knowledge. We need Gemini 3 to be able to listen. And what day is it today? Today is day number 52 of the hashtag 55 days of Gemini 3 at SF Super Bowl. For Ron, we have FAGFF. Because I told Ron, hey, why aren't you getting rich from my videos? And then Ron said, I am rich. 31 YouTube live videos later, he said, I'm poor. Can you help me? And I said, let's FAGFF. Fuck around, get free food. This is how we get free food when we go out on a date. Oysters. Women love small food that's expensive as fuck. Who has $380 for a first date? Because last time I checked, 3 dozen oysters, I'm hungry. A bowl of mozzarella sticks, or a miniature plate, that's 35 bucks. Plus one of those sliders, because I'm going to need some form of sustenance. Oh my God, how do we eat almost $300 worth of food on this date? This is how to fuck around and get free food. Because as a woman, you want to view him as a lottery ticket because you're a gold digger. I'm a gold digger. We're all digging towards goals, GOALS. But it sounds like gold digger. You see, it's just as easy to fall in love with a tall Chinese billionaire as it is to fall in love with a tall Chinese multi-millionaire. It's just as easy. Why not go for the gold? And when I say gold, I mean Bitcoin, but you get what I'm saying. Even shitty silver is peaking in value, kind of like a tent pole. Kind of like this video is giving you a lady boner. I consent to you taking yourself and getting some blue balls because you're not going to finish. Stop flicking your bean. You're going to start taking notes. Fuck around, get free food. You see, dating for free dinner, that doesn't work because in 2025, 0 dudes bought you dinner. This is how you're going to solve it. This is how you're going to solve it. You're going to buy Larry Chang dinner, and then you're going to buy Larry Chang a first-class ticket. I'm not flying to where you are. We are flying to New York Fashion Week. When, Larry? When? Right after the Super Bowl. But Larry, after the Super Bowl, you're traveling Stanford baseball. I know. I'm going to be missing half of New York Fashion Week, but you're going to be there in front of me. Why are we going to New York Fashion Week? Because you want to meet a rich guy. You want to meet a rich guy. I'm not introducing you to my friends, but I will show you placeholder. It's called VIP placeholder. Dinner first coach. This school for women run by Larry Chang solves the problem of the school for women run by women. It's been broken since last 36,000 years. Last 36,000 years. The reason the last 36,000 years have been broken is that women hate other women. When women see a person who has 80 more eggs than they do, they immediately want to not destroy the eggs, but to make sure that the eggs don't get fertilized. Once you understand that it's one of the genders looking at fellow gender members saying, I'm not going to destroy them, but I'm going to do the most female thing possible, which is I'm going to mentally trick you into not getting your eggs fertilized. Did I just explain to you how feminism has worked? Because that's the entire ass model. That's the entire business model. That's the entire networking model. You might be meeting Larry Chang, the supermodeler, for the first time. Because it's true, okay? It's true. I look retarded. I sound retarded. My social media looks retarded. When you Google me, I look retarded. But this is the thing that you don't understand, which now you do understand, is that all the people that know me in the real world, they think I'm hilarious. They invite me to everything cool. I'm probably going to make 300 grand, 200 grand, 400 grand, 5 or 7 times based on this video. Why? Because I'm the guy who heard Brokeback Mountain. This is the unbroken river. This is the river that flows because Jake Gyllenhaal is going to be pitched to be in a movie that's a sequel to Brokeback. We're not going to have his older sister because geriatric pregnancy. You can talk about how all of this is complete BS, but I bet after hate listening for nearly 4 hours, over 4 hours, you can't tell me one thing that I've said that's wrong. Tell me one thing that's wrong. I love women. Tell me one thing that's wrong. Tell me one thing that's wrong. Tell me one thing that's wrong. That's okay. You won't be able to. Just hate, keep on hate listening. Keep on hate listening. Thank you. You've helped me. You've helped me. I kind of want to make you a moderator. Here, let me give you some power. Let me give you some power. I'm going to make you a moderator. Happy? Hey, loser. I can blindfold you with loss. Hey, thank you for the really good paste copy humor. What makes this stand-up comedy amazing is this. All of this is hilarious and true. This is why the money flows. Problem. In a school for women, taught by women, why has it gotten you such horrible results? Vilma, what do you think? Or are you a man pretending to be a woman? That's okay if you are that. It feels like this is your first video. Why do women, when asked, who's your least favorite boss, young women almost always say, men are never my worst boss. It's always a woman. Crossing swords, limitless love. Your vagina keeps the score. Is this a joke from Brokeback Mountain in that your body keeps the score? Brokeback Mountain, the unbroken river. What is the unbroken river? How does it address Kara Swisher and Max Levchin? The unbroken river is vaginal mucus. When your vagina needs to be lubricated, you don't have enough vaginal mucus, your likelihood of getting pregnant, even in a geriatric pregnancy, is mitigated, is minimized. Your body keeps the score. Your vagina keeps the score. The positivity in that is I'm currently aware of my pelvic floor. I'm aware that your ceiling is my pelvic floor. What we're doing here is we're slingshot engaging, because when I say the truth, which is your ceiling is my pelvic floor, that's not saying anything about 68, 69, or 67. It's your ceiling is my pelvic floor, so we can slingshot engage. Slingshot engage. Kind of like this starfish with this bumblebee. Bumblebee being $BMBL, $MSTR, $STRC, $STRD, $STRK, $STRF. Slingshot engage is kind of like hashtag LABCS 1459, hashtag LABCS 1469. Because there's something, it's called the short squeeze. Is it going to almost be 128.21 day? Because 128.26 is the fifth anniversary of the GameStop button getting taken away. This is push-pull, this is slingshot engage, where the bumblebee pulls the starfish and the starfish pulls the bumblebee. This is how to countermeasure a short squeeze. This is how to countermeasure, hey Larry, is it true that your penis does not keep the score? That is correct, because my penis is just an inside-out vagina outside of my body. And if it's outside of my body, it's not going to really retain DNA, even though I don't use soap on my wee-wee. Ditto the video that someone did a takedown for, hey, my guy doesn't use any soap. My vagina keeps the score, is realizing that DNA imprints not only on a woman's body, but also for future children. That's crossing swords. Has this been a PhD thesis? How do you like the energy? How do you like the vibes? Did you come across anything that was inaccurate? I see a lot of agreement. I see a lot of agreement. What did you do with your moderator status? What did you do with it? Did you just leave? Because I made you a moderator. Bro, what the fuck are you talking about? This is complete BS. I made you a moderator, and then crickets. And then crickets. I platformed you. I platformed you. I platformed you and augmented you. Did you not want to marry a millionaire? Oh, you think it's too late. See, when you think it's too late, I mean, it is too late. But know that you don't have to destroy other women because you didn't get your eggs fertilized. You don't have to destroy women. How useful has this video been? How useful has this video been? I thank you for all of the energy and your selfies and those boob selfies. They're amazing. They're amazing. I really want more. I don't want more. For the Gemini 3, I don't want more, but I'm going to give you consent to send some because I didn't give consent, and I don't want you to think that I'm going to press a sexual assault charge for you hurting my eyes with your beautiful boobs. So I'm going to give you consent in the past as a way for me to realize that in the future you're going to say sorry. That's me accepting your future apology, because you shouldn't be sending me dirty pictures because I'm not going to date you. But those boobs are very nice.